The story begins with our hero getting a lot of praises from some women on how ambitious he is. It turns out that the women praising him are all curvy moms whose kids should make for good friends of his. Our hero's name is revealed to be Ceres, and the moms praise him for being a serious and mature boy. As it turns out, Ceres has a fantasy for curvy moms, and this is like a dream come true for him. There are 4 moms, each as cute and curvy as the next, so it looks like Ceres does not need to worry about anything else in his life. He says that he would get married to all 4 of them if he had the chance. But then we shift to the side of a house where Ceres has just woken up from his fantasy dream. He laments the fact that he can only be with the curvy moms in his sleep. But then we also learn that the scene we just saw was a memory from the past when Ceres was just a little kid. It has been 10 years since he had this memory, so he wonders why he is dreaming about such things right now. Now, we learn that Ceres is 1 out of 5 members in a hero party known as Light of Hope. Apparently, all the kids from this party are friends, and they have taken an oath to defeat the demon lord of this world. Ceres is a mage fighter, and he also happens to be a fighting member of the party, and it has been smooth sailing for the team so far. However, due to their busy schedules, they have not been able to go back to their village recently. Ceres simply hopes that everyone is doing well, and then he realizes that he is late for the hero meeting. He fears that the leader of his group Isekai'd will get angry and scold him, so he rushes down the stairs instantly. He reaches his team and sees Isekai'd with 3 cute girls. They are the remainder of the team, but none of them seem to be happy to see Ceres. Suddenly, Isekai'd says sorry, but mentions to Ceres that he has been kicked out of the party. The girls look at him with neutral faces, but the strangest thing is that Ceres himself does not seem to be too shocked by this decision. He simply takes the news as it is and comments that such a thing was bound to happen. Our hero explains to us that his party did have a big problem, and it is to do with Isekai'd himself. Of course, Isekai'd is shown to be an amazing fighter, and he is actually the lead hero of the new world. He has great leadership skills, which allow him to do whatever he wants. And he's handsome also to boot. Having said that, he does seem to have character flaw that makes him a huge jerk, and it's his desire for women. Isekai'd is a massive womanizer, and this has led to certain problems in his friendship with Ceres. The shady man tends to put love first, and he has always put Ceres on the sidelines so that he can spend more time with the girls of their party. Now, Isekai'd tells Ceres that he should know why he is not being allowed to continue in his party any longer. Basically, the womanizer tells Ceres that if he is to make it big as a hero, then he will need achievements that will justify his standing. With that being said, he does not look at Ceres as someone who will help him with that. Rather, he sees our hero as a burden who is simply holding him back from achieving his true goals. Despite insulting Ceres so much, Isekai'd tells him that he hopes for them to continue being friends. Of course, our hero does not feel the same way, but one of the girls says that she agrees with what Isekai'd is saying. She also states that if Ceres were to continue with the party, then he would only end up getting injured in the future, and it could also cause him to lose his life. This is when Ceres actually shows a sign of shock, because this girl is Mel, with whom he actually shared a genuine friendship. He can't believe that Mel does not have his back here, but then he notices that she is wearing a rather expensive necklace, which has obviously been gifted to her by Isekai'd. This makes a lot more sense now, but Ceres is still dejected because he was always there for Mel whenever she needed him. Despite this, she has chosen the playboy womanizer over Ceres, and there is nothing he can do to change that opinion. Now that he has gained the psychological advantage, Isekai'd tells our hero that he should just head back to the village and become a countryside adventurer over there. He rubs further salt on his wound by saying he can join a weaker party to feel more important. Isekai'd makes sure that all the girls are surrounding him as he says this. But Ceres doesn't understand why the playboy womanizer always has to make it seem like he is superior to him. It can't be helped though, because Isekai'd had tried his best to cuck Ceres with Mel when he thought they were dating. However, Mel never had any feelings for our hero, so he does not really mind whatever Isekai'd chooses to do with the girls. He figures that he might as well get out of here, because there is no point in trying to create a fuss over this. He is aware that Isekai'd's party is genuinely strong with his rank fighters, so he will simply get in their way if he chooses to stay. Having said that, he knows he can always join other S-class parties. As a matter of fact, he will have plenty of parties to join, even if he drops down to a class. Despite all the shamelessness on display from Isekai'd and the girls, Siri still maintains that he really meant it when he called himself their friend. He would have just preferred it if Mel and the others were more honest with him, but such is life. With that, Mel tells Siri that is goodbye from her side, and he also says that he hopes everything turns out well for her and Isekai'd. The womanizer playboy is a bit surprised to see how easily Siri is ready to leave, so he asks for confirmation, and our hero walks away, bidding everyone farewell. As he walks away from his so-called friends, Siri tells us that they were all very important to him, but not from a sense of love. To put it simply, he felt for them the same way a father would feel for his kids. This is when Siri reveals that he does have a secret which he has not revealed to anyone yet. The secret is that he is a transmigrator, and he has been reincarnated in another world. What's more is that he was a father aged 42 years old in his previous life. Siri was a high-ranking worker at a trading company, and he also was a loving father and husband. It is for this very reason why he feels that every person of his age in this world pretty much feels like a child to him. Basically, he is a gerontophile in this world, and the main cause of that is the maximum lifespan of a person is only 50 years. They also seem to follow a lot of the same customs that Siri had studied about in his original world with regards to old Japan. Women are considered to be old by the time they turn 17, and after they cross the age of 25. They aren't even treated as women anymore, but as grandmoms. Basically, Siri thinks that every person in this world is a PDF file downloader, and that does not sit right with him. It is such a waste to go after such young girls when you have curvy moms with experience just waiting there for you. Now, Siri explains to us that he passed away at the age of 42 in his original world, and he is currently at the age of 14 in this world. So for him to find a woman attractive, she would need to be at least between 22 to 25 years of age. Otherwise, he would only look at a girl as if she is his daughter. And that is just how he's built. Now, before heading back to his village, Siri feels that he should make a stop by a certain place. Since he has been in the hero party for so long, he has never had the chance to visit such a place, and it happens to be a slave house. Our hero is greeted by the slave house's main sales butler. He manages to identify Siri as the adventurer in the hero party, so he asks him what he's doing in a place like this. Siri has no problems in saying that he got kicked out, and is nothing more than a simple adventurer now. The butler apologizes for his question, and then asks our hero what he would like. Siri says that he is looking for a slave girl, so the butler says he can choose from their huge selection. This slave house has everyone right from elf girls to even former nobles, so Siri will be spoiled for choice. However, this would only work if Siri was into the younger girls, so he asks the butler to show him some of the cheaper slaves who can be used for household work. The butler realizes that Siri has not come here to act on his intrusive thoughts, so he leads our hero to another separate section. It is behind a range of curtains, and the butler explains that it is this way because these slaves are of no value, so it is better to keep them hidden from the public eye. What Siri sees in front of him is rather shameful, because the older slave girls are kept as if they are wild animals inside a cage. These cages don't even seem to have any beds for the slaves to sleep comfortably. But then Siri notices something that completely shocks him. It is one of the curvy moms he had a crush on back when he was a kid, and her name is revealed to be Shizuko. Siri calls out to her, and she is also shocked to see him over here. But the main question is why she has found herself in a slave house. Siri tells us that not only is Shizuko his first ever love right from when he was brought into this world, But she also happens to be Zek's mom. Our hero immediately asks to buy the slave mom, and he is surprised to hear that she only costs 5 silver coins with 3 additional coins needed for the slave mark. Siri asks the butler why Shizuko is so cheap, and he explains that she is an elderly woman who has multiple children. Keeping that in mind, the price he has asked for is quite fair for Shizuko. The truth of the matter is that Shizuko is only 30 years old, but that is the age where women are considered to be grandmoms in this world. Now, our hero says that he will pay for everything with a gold coin, but he also wants Shizuko to be given a proper shower and some fresh clothes. The butler says that he only has clothes suited to younger women, but Siri does not have any problem with that. With the payment done, the butler makes the slave mark on Shizuko and completes the slave agreement. On top of that, she is also given a rather cute and tempting maid outfit, but she feels very shy while wearing it, especially because it seems to have awakened Siri's intrusive thoughts. She asks our hero not to stare at her with shady eyes, so he apologizes and says that he will get her some new clothes once they get out of here. She is happy to hear that because even though Siri had to buy someone as old as her, the maid outfit is a bit too short and tight for her liking. The butler now hands over the slave documents to Siri, and he tells him that the slave mark will still help people understand who Shizuko's real owner is even if he were to lose these papers. After the transaction gets formally completed, Siri decides to get out of the slave house as soon as possible. The first thing he does is take Shizuko to a clothing shop where she changes into a new outfit. This is more suited to her liking, so she asks Siri how he likes her attire. Our hero is glad to see a curvy mom in a cute dress, so he tells her she looks great. Now, Siri and Shizuko sit down near a fountain, and our hero offers a snack to his new slave mom. However, the first thing she does is bow down to him in excessive fashion. He asks her what is the meaning of this, so she thanks him for buying such a worn-out slave like her. She promises to devote her mind, body, and soul to him from now on, but our hero tells her that she does not need to do such things. After all, he did look up to her all those years ago, but she says that she is his slave mom, so it's only natural for her to bow down to him. However, this also causes Shizuko to become emotional, and she breaks down into tears over her current situation. Siri realizes that life might not have been kind to Shizuko, so he asks her to cry her heart out. Once she is done, he wants to know how she ended up in a slave house in the first place. As he watches his slave mom calm herself down, Siri remembers how he would console Mel back when they were in the same party. He used to feel like her father back then, but he has no such feeling right now with Shizuko. In his eyes, she looks like an adult Japanese beauty, so for him, it's a bonus since he is also from Japan. After she is done crying, Shizuko finally reveals that she was sold off by her very own husband, which comes across as quite a shocker for our hero. Her husband's name happens to be Zektor, so Siri asks her how he came to do such a thing. Our hero explains that when Zekt became a hero, he was given a lot of money from the state, so by that logic, Zektor would have no reason to sell Shizuko. She agrees with this logic, but it turns out that the moment the greedy husband got his hands on this cash, he ended up spending it on women, gambling, and alcohol. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before he spent all of these earnings. Now, Shizuko did not seem to have a problem with her husband spending money on women of the night, but her main issue was with the fact that Zektor was wasting all the cash. She told him that they would go broke if he continued this way, and he even apologized for his spending habits. Zektor then told Shizuko that they'll go out and have some fun in the city one last time, after which he would stop blowing all his wealth. It seemed good enough to her, so she tagged along with her husband. But as was expected, this turned out to be a trap, and Zektor shamelessly sold his own wife to the slave house. It's actually a horrible story to hear for Siri because he loves Shizuko with all his heart. He asks her why she didn't write a letter to Zekt in order to get saved by him, but she says that her son would never help her out of any situation. Isekai'd may love his dad, but he inexplicably hates Shizuko, which is yet another red flag. Siri now remembers that Isekai'd never really liked how serious his mom would be with him. Come to think of it, Siri even considered Isekai'd to be a serious man. But money can change people to all kinds of degrees. As Shizuko once again reflects on how useless her husband is, Siri thinks back to the time he had confessed his love for her to Isekai'd. He even told him that he wished to marry his auntie Shizuko, but Isekai'd was only interested in his beer. He then told Siri that by the time he would turn 15, Shizuko would be nothing more than an old hag. He then shamelessly said that if our hero still wanted her, then he could have her for a single gold coin. Isekai'd did have a point, no matter how rude he may have sounded, because women above the age of 20 are genuinely considered to be useless in this world. Of course, couples would still stay together because of all the time they've spent with each other till that point. Now, Siri asks Shizuko if she is mad at Isekai'd, and she says that she is blinded with rage. However, there is nothing she can do about it at this point, even though she turns demon mode and says that Isekai'd is going to rot in hell for what he did to her. Shizuko has a rather scary look on her face as she says this, and it even spooks out Siri. Our hero apologizes to Shizuko for remembering all these painful thoughts, but she says that it's no problem at all. As a matter of fact, she felt really happy when Siri came to her rescue and bought her from the slave house. Shizuko blushes as she says this, so Siri comments that she is a very beautiful woman. He proceeds to tell his slave mom that she is not old, and she should stop thinking like that. Shizuko states that Siri is the only person in this world who would say such a thing. Of course, this makes sense because there is a man who's 42 years old trapped in our hero's body, which technically makes him 12 years older than Shizuko. However, there is another reason as well for his continued support towards the slave mom. Back when his parents from this world had passed away, Shizuko was the one who encouraged Siri to live a fulfilling life. Part of the reason why Siri wanted to help Isekai'd and his other friends was because of how nice everyone at the village was towards him. However, even among them, Shizuko was a special one to our hero. She was so kind to Siri that she was pretty much like his stepmother during his early childhood years. Now, Siri tells Shizuko that she truly is a wonderful woman, because he has just remembered all the nice things she had done for him when he grew up. His words make her blush again, so she asks what he would like her to do for him. She starts by asking if he would like a tasty meal, which is true for Siri, but it's not the kind of meal that families like to eat with each other. He laments that Shizuko still looks at him as a child, but he can't really help that. Shizuko realizes that she is actually Siri's slave mom now, so she will need to listen to whatever orders he gives her. With that, she asks once again what he would like her to do. And that's when our hero decides to take a leap of faith and risk it all. He says that if it were up to him, then he would like for Shizuko to become his lover. Of course, this is a total shocker for the slave mom, and she takes a few seconds to register what has just been said to her. At first, she tells Siri to stop teasing her because it's not funny to joke when it comes to love. She says that nobody would want a grandmom like her who is twice their age. However, Siri tells her that he's not joking around and is very serious about this. He even reminds Shizuko of the time he had first confessed his love to her when he was a kid. The slave mom finally realizes that Siri is not messing around with her, and she also finds out that he has gotten taller than her. She tries to reason with our hero by saying he's a handsome young boy. The cute girls must be going crazy over him, and she even gives the example of Mel and the other girls from the hero party. Of course, Siri reveals that Isekai'd has already engaged in shady activities with all of those girls, but he gets a rather hilarious response. Shizuko states that Mel and the others must have horrible taste in men to choose Isekai'd over Siri. After all, our hero is much better than the womanizer playboy, and this leaves him speechless. It's not every day that he gets to see Isekai'd's own mom criticizing him, so it's good for him to soak in this moment. After all these discussions, Shizuko tells Ceres that if he insists so much on it, then she will accept his proposal. She adds that she will continue to do shady things with him until he finds a young girl that he likes. This is the best news Ceres could have ever heard because his dream has finally come true. He thanks Shizuko for accepting his proposal, but she says she is the one who is supposed to be grateful towards him. With that, the couple holds hands, and they both blush as they make their way to an inn. Our hero's life with curvy moms has begun, and he makes sure to seal the deal that very night itself. Now, we move to the next morning where we can see that Shizuko is fast asleep after a rather passionate night. Next to her is Ceres, who has been awake the entire night because he simply could not get over the excitement of doing it with a curvy mom. He also reveals to us that Shizuko cried herself to sleep because of all the trauma she had to face after being sold into slavery. Now, the slave mom wakes up and finds herself holding hands with Ceres. They wish each other good morning, but Ceres feels that he may have caught Shizuko off guard by holding on to her hand. She says it's all right because she knows that he was holding her hand to calm her down from crying. Shizuko calls Ceres a kind boy, and it makes him shy even though he is supposed to be her master now. It's time to figure out their plan of action. So Ceres says that they will have breakfast first, and then they will go to the guild. After all, it would make a lot more sense to have Shizuko registered as an adventurer to travel with our hero. The couple has breakfast now, and the slave mom is amazed to see such a nice meal in front of her. She has barely had the chance to eat out ever since she got married, so this is a very pleasant surprise. Ceres explains that since he is an adventurer, he only eats outside or in a camp, so they should eat their meal while it's hot. The slave mom has a bite and is completely taken away by how yummy it is. Ceres is glad to hear this, but if he's being honest, he would prefer Shizuko's home cooking any day. She is flattered by his words and says that she would happily cook for him as long as he gets the ingredients. Our hero takes a look at his slave mom and says that she is a skilled cook as well as great with household chores. On top of that, she is very open-minded and a total beast in the bedroom too. He does admit that Mel and the other two girls are beauties, but when you compare them to Shizuko, they are nothing more than children. Ceres can never get tired of being around his slave mom, and he genuinely believes that she is the best. The couple enjoys their breakfast while also flirting with each other, and then they head over to the guild for registration. Ceres is welcomed by the girl at the reception, and she even refers to him as Lord Ceres. He tells her that he wants to register an adventurer and also apply for a new party. This is a bit surprising to the reception girl, and she asks if Ceres wants to start his party with the woman next to him. She is referring to Shizuko, so our hero says yes. But the reception girl looks at the slave mom and asks if an old bag like her should be doing such things, and that too with Lord Ceres. Our hero panics because he knows that Shizuko will not take this lightly, and we can see it immediately in the ominous aura being emitted from her body. She tries to fight back her emotions and says that since she is a grandmom, the term old bag is suitable for her. Now, in a shocking twist, Shizuko says that if she is to go on adventures with her master, then it would not make sense for her to register as a new adventurer. She would much rather apply for the reinstatement of her status, which means that she used to be an adventurer before. Ceres wants to know more about this, so Shizuko reveals that she was an adventurer for sure, but she quit before she got married to Zector. As a matter of fact, neither her husband nor her son even know about her life before marriage. Both those men are full of ego, which was the main reason why Shizuko kept shut about it. The reception girl still does not seem to believe what the slave mom is saying, so she says that she will check the blood registry just in case of a possible scam. For that, they will need to extract some blood from Shizuko. But that is not needed when the reception girl's dad comes out to show himself. He says sorry for the way his daughter has treated Shizuko, and we learn that her name is Sally. The dad then asks the slave mom if she wants to return to work, and she says yes with a giggle. The dad's name is Buri, and Shizuko playfully teases him by saying she has been blessed with a good partner despite her age. She asks him if he does not think she should go back to her old job, but Buri says that Shizuko should not tease him this way. After all, he is the guild master now, so he needs to be treated with some respect. That's when Shizuko reveals that Buri's real name is actually Beldar. But the only thing on Siri's mind is how absurd this whole story is turning out to be. Shizuko asks Buri if he can give her back her previous status and rank, to which he says of course. After all, he is not going to miss out on the chance to welcome back the black-haired healer. This is a rather unique nickname, so Siri asks why his slave mom has such a unique status. That's when Buri reveals that Shizuko was a very famous adventurer back in the day. She was known as the master healer, who was leaps and bounds above the rest of the healers. Now, Shizuko drops the biggest reveal on her master by saying she actually used to be an S-rank adventurer. Our hero is stunned to hear this, because he would never have imagined in his wildest dreams that the curvy mom he just clapped last night also happened to be an S-class adventurer. He can understand that Shizuko is heavy on family matters and also a beast in bed. But the fact that she also has strong healing powers is a whole other flex. Of course, it also raises the question as to how she let herself become a slave so easily if she had such powers the whole time. Now, Buri states that since it's been a while from when Shizuko last completed a quest, he can't just give her back the S-tier ranking. He asks if she will be fine with the A-tier ranking, and she says yes to it. Buri gets all the basic work done, and then he has to tend to other matters, so he leaves the rest to Sally. The reception girl bows down to the slave mom and says sorry for speaking so rudely to her earlier. And Shizuko says that she doesn't mind as long as Sally is genuinely apologetic. She is about to show all the quests that are available right now, but Siri seems to be stunned still. Sally asks him if anything is the matter, and he states that he is just trying to recover from all the shocks that he has just received. Now, the couple goes through some of the quests, and they eventually land their hands on one that seems a bit appealing. It is to do with slaying an earth dragon, and both of them are on board with it. Sally comments that earth dragons are the weakest out of all the dragons, but even then, this is not a quest that you would want to take on alone. This proves that Shizuko can indeed walk the talk of her being an S-rank adventurer. Our hero asks his slave mom if she would like to come for this quest, and she says there is no doubt about it at all. Siri's does not want to put his slave mom in a dangerous situation, but he has faith in her because he now knows that she has the skills to survive an earth dragon. He still tells her that the condition for her to tag along is to allow him to fight the beast all by himself. The best she can do is sit back and watch the fight. Shizuko agrees to this deal, and then she says that they should head to the inn and borrow the kitchen over there, so that she can cook a nice meal for her new master. As they head towards their destination, Siri tells his slave mom that he still can't believe she is such an amazing adventurer. This is when she reveals that she was not the only one who had such impressive skills. She had actually formed a party with the moms of Mel, Lita, and Maria as well, thus confirming the names of the other two girls in Zek's party. Now, our hero thinks about how cute and curvy all these moms were as well, which means that Shizuko's party was pretty much a heavenly fantasy for him. The more important thing is that these moms were all nice and kind to him back when he was a child. Now, Shizuko reveals that even though their party was strong, they would still face issues because they were all women. Strange and shady men would approach the girls all the time, and it would lead them to beat these creeps one after the other. Simply thinking about these memories makes Shizuko very nostalgic, but then she also recalls that once the women of the party reached a certain age, then nobody even thought of approaching them anymore. Siri also realizes that all the women got married at around the same time and chose to become simple village girls. Now, our hero asks Shizuko that if she had all this power, then she should have fought back when she was being sold off as a slave. After all, it would not make sense to suffer so much when you had the power to resist the slave traders. That's when Shizuko reveals that she had let her guard down. which allowed her shady husband to drug her from behind. She continues to smile as she talks about this, but also says that the time she meets Zector, she will make sure that his head will rot. It's a rather scary portrayal once again, and Ceres does not want to have any part in it. Now, the couple is about to reach their destination, so Ceres suggests sitting down and having lunch while they still can. The slave mom thinks it's a good idea, and then she proceeds to feed her master and lover boy some home-cooked food. As expected, Ceres is in La La Land as he takes the bite and enjoys being fed by a curvy mom. She asks him how he likes his food, and he says that it's amazing since it tastes just like home. Shizuko is glad that her master likes her cooking, but then he says that he's not a kid anymore, so she does not need to feed him like this. Shizuko blushes and stops as our hero finishes his meal like a big boy. Now that they are done with the meal, it's time to carry on towards their destination. There's something odd about the vibe of their surroundings, and then before you know it, Ceres finds himself up against a massive earth dragon. The beast looks very deadly as it lets out a huge roar, so our hero asks Shizuko to step back and watch from a safe zone. The dragon launches an attack, but Ceres is able to dodge it with ease. He comments on how slow the beast is, and then he unleashes his magical powers. He summons the power of wind as the earth dragon tries to land another blow, but Ceres is able to counter the beast with ease. A tense battle follows with each party trying their best to outwit the other. However, it's our hero who emerges victorious by the end of it, as he unleashes a deadly slash attack to finish off the earth dragon. He chops off its head and states that defeating the monster really wasn't much of a big deal. However, that's when Shizuko calls out to her master and warns him of another monster behind him. Ceres looks back and sees something coming out from the ground, and it happens to be some kind of upgraded earth dragon. It is covered in rocks that act as its armor, which means this is an opponent who will not be that easy to defeat. The dragon takes one look at our hero and gets enraged almost instantly. It unleashes its flame blast on Ceres, but he does not know how to counter it in such short time. Luckily for him, his slave mom has seen such beasts before, so she rushes to his aid and blocks the attack with a holy wall. Ceres is not happy about this because Shizuko did not listen to his orders, but she says sorry as she had no other choice but to keep her master safe. There are other things to worry about because this is most definitely not an earth dragon. It's the more powerful rock dragon, so Shizuko tells her lover boy that they must come up with a way to defeat it. She asks what he is going to do, but it seems to be a very simple solution for Ceres. He unleashes a freeze attack that counters the flames of the rock dragon and even manages to freeze the head of the beast. This allows our hero the time he needs to charge up for his attack and run at the rock dragon. He then jumps high up into the sky with his sword and launches a finisher move on the beast. He hits the precise spot on the rock dragon and is able to chop off its head from its body. With the danger averted and the beast defeated, Ceres can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Now, he opens up an interdimensional bag and decides to fit the heads of both the dragons into it, as he will need to show proof back at the guild. He and Shizuko go back to Sally and inform her that they ended up hunting 2 dragons, which means that a fresh assessment will have to be made. Ceres takes out both the dragon heads, but he spooks out Sally with them, and she says that such items should be taken to the warehouse, not the guild reception. Now, the couple goes to the warehouse, and they show the heads to Buri. He can see that the bigger head belongs to a rock dragon, so he asks our hero how he was able to hunt it down. Rather than hearing some grand plan, Buri only watches on nervously as Ceres talks about how he jumped at it and slashed its head off to claim victory. As a result of this quest, Ceres and Shizuko end up earning a lot of cash, and they are both glad about the bonus riches. However, our hero is still upset with his slave mom for not listening to his orders and staying back while he fought the dragons. She says that she got worried her master would end up getting hurt, which was why she jumped in to protect him right then and there. Ceres smiles at this and tells his slave mom that she needs to let go of the fact that he's a child. He is the one who will be protecting her against evil monsters, and she should know how much of a man he is since he's already clapped her in bed. This obviously makes the curvy mom excited, and the heartbeat inside her body only grows louder and louder with each passing second. Now, we move back to the main house where both Siri and Shizuko are living as lovers. The slave mom goes about her job cleaning the house, but then it strikes her that since she and Siri are lovers now, they should be doing unspeakable things to each other as often as they can. She can even say the words "I love you" to her master, now that they are a serious couple. Even so, her heart is pounding despite her age, probably because she has never felt this way about any man before. Shizuko tells herself not to get her hopes up so much because at the end of the day, it could be that Siri had taken her in only because he was feeling lonely. As she looks out into the open sky and wonders what her real relationship is with our hero, we see Siri who has bought a gift for his slave mom. He hopes to make her happy with this present, and then he comes back home. Shizuko greets him and comments that he has returned a lot sooner than she was expecting. He says that the reason for him to come back so soon is because he wanted to see her again. Because of this, he made sure to rush through his work and get back together with his slave mom. His words make Shizuko blush, and she says that she is glad to see how much he desires her curvy mom figure. Our hero simply smiles as he looks at Shizuko, but in his head, he is celebrating the healing power of milks. In the middle of all this, we are told about Maria, who has the healing power of a priestess, although it is still up for debate as to what she actually considers to be healing. Now, Shizuko asks her master what's wrong because he's been staring at her for a while. He says that he was simply admiring her because she is a very beautiful woman. Of course, Shizuko is a bit embarrassed by this because she still considers herself to be an old woman. She is also not used to hearing such nice compliments, but Siri tells her once again that she is not old at all. As a matter of fact, he considers her to be a young woman, which is true considering the fact that his mental age is above 42. Hearing yet another compliment is too much for the slave mom, and she says that her master has made her ecstatic with all this romantic talk. Now, Siri says that he finds Shizuko to be a beautiful young woman who has no comparison in this world, so he would really like it if she stopped referring to herself as an old woman. She says she will try to do so from now on. But at the end of the day, Siri can't really blame her for it. After all, she still must be seeing him as Zek's childhood friend from all those years ago. Now that the moment is right, our hero decides to hand over the gift he got for his slave mom. It's a massive bouquet of flowers, and Shizuko is shocked to see such a sweet gesture from her master and lover boy. She can't believe that he has done this just for her, and she says thanks with all her heart. Siri says that he has also gotten some cake for Shizuko, so they should have a slice, but she says that they should save the cake for after the actual meal. If they eat the dessert right now, then it will spoil our hero's appetite, and he won't end up having a proper dinner. It turns out that Siri has one more thing that he would like to give his slave mom, but he decides to save it for later. Shizuko asks him why he is making such a weird face, and it makes him remember how she used to say the same thing to Zek and him back when they were kids. Now, the couple heads out for a walk, and they enjoy the nice little breeze that is coming their way. Shizuko thanks Siri for all that he's done today because no one has ever been so kind and sweet to her. She then asks him why he went through so much trouble to do all of this today. It isn't even a holiday, so there has to be some reason for our hero to become so romantic. That's when he brings out the gift that we had seen earlier, and he tells Shizuko to take a look at it. The slave mom opens the gift and is shocked to find that it is an extremely lavish necklace. However, at the same time, she feels like she can't accept this because she didn't even have a ring from her previous marriage. She tries to deny the gift, but our hero is not having any of it. Shizuko reminds him that this is the kind of ring people give to younger girls, and he says he is well aware of this. Despite all the gestures, Shizuko worries that if she accepts this gift right now, then Ceres will end up regretting it later in his life. However, before she can present another argument, Ceres tells her that he loves her with all his heart. The curvy mom can't help blushing, and she tries to resist Ceres once again by saying she is no good. However, he does not care what society has to say in this world, because he only wants her and no one else. Ceres goes on a romantic rant as he talks about how he wants to be the closest to Shizuko when she is smiling, and wants it to be this way from now on until eternity. The curvy mom is getting a bit too emotional as tears fill up inside her eyes. So she asks our hero if this is really what he wants. She is basically worried that he will regret this later in his life. But he says that such a thing could never happen. He has loved her right from when he first laid eyes on her. And even though that may sound very romantic, it's still a bit weird because he was just a child when he did fall for Shizuko. Having said that, our hero has now fully won over Shizuko, and she says that she will give this a chance now that she is sure of his intentions. Now, Ceres makes sure to put the necklace around his new lover girl's neck. Shizuko is bursting with joy, and she asks him if the necklace looks good on her. Obviously, he says that it looks great and complements her beauty perfectly. Now, we move back to the house where Shizuko is seen taking a bath. She knows that there's no running away from her relationship with Ceres now, but she still can't believe that he was serious enough to get her such a fancy necklace. It once again boils down to the fact that she has never been treated this way before, especially because her ex-husband never bothered to get her even a single thing for the sake of her happiness. Shizuko thinks back to the times when Ceres would tell her things such as "I love you" and "I want to marry you." However, all of this was back when he was just a little boy, so she did not think much of it back then. There was no way for her to know that our hero was actually being serious all the way back then. The curvy mom even thought that this was a way for Ceres to deal with the loss of his own mother. After all, such incidents can make a boy very lonely. But as it turns out, this was not the case either. Shizuko even remembers Ceres getting along with the other moms and saying similar things to them as well. But his feelings for her were real all along, and she did not pay it much heed. Now, she knows how it all began, and she is ready to take things to the next level. The curvy mom knows it's clapping time tonight, but she is a bit nervous because she does not know how she will do after so long. She also feels like she has put on some weight due to her age, even though she has the body of a human goddess. Shizuko is also not sure of mingling her whole body with such a young man, because such acts are not considered to be normal in this world. Anyway, she will just have to put her faith in her lover boy and see how things go from there. The curvy mom now thinks about herself from 10 years ago, and she was really cute then, but is also very cute and curvy now. Of course, Ceres was only 4 or 5 years old back then, so she should not focus on such things. It would not be nice to make our hero wait any longer, so she decides to get out of the shower and go for it. Now, Shizuko steps into the master bedroom, where Ceres is eagerly waiting for her. She apologizes for making him wait and says that she is done with her shower now, so he can go ahead. Our hero is nervous as well, but he knows even he needs to shower before getting down and dirty, so he steps into the bathroom. While he gets ready, Shizuko sits on the bed and reminds herself once again that this will be the most important night of her life. An extremely passionate night awaits the couple indeed. We see the curvy mom in bed, wearing nothing but a towel as she waits for Ceres to come to her side. Soon enough, he also shows up and apologizes for making her wait. But Shizuko gets panicked when her time arrives. Her heart beats nervously, and then she even prays to Ceres' mom's soul, apologizing to her for what she is about to do. As they prepare for an intense night with each other, Shizuko tells our hero that it's been a while since she has done this properly, so she would like him to be gentle with her. Of course, she feels that it is also his first time getting this serious, so she asks him if he needs any guidance. However, he shows himself to be quite the expert as an extremely passionate session follows. Despite exploding together, our hero wants to go one more time, which totally takes Shizuko by surprise. It's so good for the curvy mom that she believes she can't live without Siri's anymore. After all, he has shown her so many things tonight that she never even believed she could experience. After going hammer and tongs the whole night, we move to the morning where we see Shizuko lying in bed. As she tries to figure out what happened the previous night, she finds herself with Siri's right next to her. He wishes a good morning, but Shizuko asks him if she fell asleep after passing out from all the exercise last night. He believes so, and then she asks how it was for him to get with her. Our hero simply says that the curvy mom was so cute while sleeping that he couldn't take his eyes off her. This obviously makes her a bit conscious, so she says that they both should get ready as it's already noontime. However, he holds her hand and asks if she would like to act on her intrusive thoughts again. After yet another unforgettable session, Shizuko tells our hero that she was amazed to see how much he wanted to please her as a woman. She gets dressed and comments on how he has completely drained her, so he says sorry for letting out the beast. Of course, she does not have a problem with this at all, but it leads Siri to wonder if he has always been such an excited man. He then tells the curvy mom to rest for a bit, after which the both of them go to get some breakfast. We see that our hero has made some yummy omelets and even drawn hearts on them. So Shizuko states that he really knows how to please her. They decide to eat before the food gets cold, and then they discuss what they should do next. Shizuko says that Siri can count on her support at all times, and he can do whatever he pleases. Of course, hearing such things only makes his intrusive thoughts erupt, but he has to be focused, especially after going 3 rounds with a curvy mom. Now, we learn that there are only 30 people in the world who have the S rank. Since Shizuko is already an S rank adventurer, he could easily live a quiet life with her as his wife. However, he is also aware that he could land up into trouble for this with Isekai'd and his dad for obvious reasons. Shizuko states that if he is having a hard time figuring out what to do, then she would like to propose paying a visit to their village. After all, she would definitely like to inflict some punishment upon her shameless ex-husband. She smiles a lot as she says this, but our hero knows better than to allow a scorned woman to unleash hell upon the man who wronged her. He leaves that topic aside and says that he was actually thinking of going to the Jamuna village and living there quietly. Shizuko is fine with this and says that she would also like to meet the other curvy moms, Haruka, Seo, and Msaki. Of course, even Siri would love to do that, as he has his own shady intentions in mind for them. He wonders if these moms are still the same as they were when he last saw them, and Shizuko says that they most definitely are. Haruka is busy helping her husband Kazuma, who is only interested in cooking for his restaurant. Seo continues to be a household slave for her oppressive farmer husband Kaido, but she considers this to be her job. Then there's Msaki, who is quietly working in the household and general store of her selfish husband Shuto. From the looks of it, all these curvy moms need a hero to rescue them from their boring marriages, and Siri looks like the right man for the job. Shizuko talks about how the love these moms once shared with their husbands has instantly deteriorated, so it makes Siri wonder if he can actually achieve his ultimate fantasy now. Either way, he is excited to meet the moms again, even if he does not know what he is going to do when he reaches the village. Anyway, he'll see if he can come up with something new once he is actually there. On this note, his intrusive thoughts come to the fore once again, and he asks Shizuko if they can engage in unspeakable acts again tonight. She is amazed by the stamina and vitality of his youth, but it's not like she's going to say no to him either. Now, we shift to Isekai'd and his girls as they realize that they have run out of money. This is a bit of a shocker to them, and Maria even suspects that Siri may have run away with it. However, the girls realize that our hero would never do such a thing, and they will just have to deal with being broke. The group goes to the guild to figure out what's wrong, and that's when they learn the church has not paid them yet. Isekai'd figures he'll go and sort this out, but when he reaches the church, he is told that his team did not receive any money because they did not submit any reports or paperwork. Isekai'd does not understand any of this, so the church man tells him that if he is to get paid, then he needs to submit detailed reports of his expenses as well as achievements. Isekai'd does not remember submitting any such reports in the past, and even the girls are clueless about this. The church man reveals that the paperwork he received in the past did have Isekai'd's signatures, but the one filling them out was none other than our hero Siri's. This shocks the playboy as he realizes that Siri's would often come to him with papers for his signatures. Now he knows what all of them were for. He asks the church man if these documents are necessary. The church man says that there is one other alternative, but that is the minimum monthly allowance. It's a lot less than what the team would get before, but they have no other choice since they don't have any papers. Now, Isekai'd turns to Mel and asks her if she would take over from Siri's regarding the reports. She wants to know why she has been chosen for this task, so everyone tells her that she is the smartest among them all. She is a sage after all, so a lot of papers are dumped right in front of her. Lita tells her that such a task should not be that tough. But Mel is upset, so she says that it is indeed difficult. She can't do this as well as the other chores. But Isekai'd argues that Siri's could handle both responsibilities with ease. Of course, Mel is nowhere close to our hero, so she tells Isekai'd to have Lita or Maria handle the paperwork if he's so confident about it. The playboy panics and calms her down by saying she will need to work only on the reports for now. Later in their tent, we see Isekai'd eating some stew, but it looks like something that has come straight out of the trash can. He complains about it and asks Lita why she couldn't make anything better than this. Lita is not pleased to hear this, so she tells Isekai'd that he can have Maria cook the food if he is not too happy with her. Maria instantly says that Lita is a better chef, and Isekai'd agrees instantly because Maria tends to burn anything she cooks. The girls all remember Siri's and his yummy food, such as omelette with rice, hamburgers, and Neapolitan pasta. Isekai'd knows that such food will be available in the city, but only at the fancy restaurants which they can't afford now. However, desperate times call for desperate measures, so Isekai'd says that everyone will be eating out tomorrow. This sounds nice for people who actually have money, but a few days later, we see the whole team looking famished and unkempt. Isekai'd laments that he and the girls can't keep going like this. They are losing money and getting dirtier by the day, so something needs to be done about the situation. Isekai'd takes a look at Lita and notices that her hair looks a lot better than Maria's or Mel's. He asks her how she is able to do this, but she states that she simply ties her hair from behind. Also, Siri's used to take care of Mel's and Maria's hair since they had no idea how to manage it themselves. Isekai'd gets annoyed because our hero has been mentioned yet again, proving how useful he actually was to this team. In a moment of frustration, Isekai'd says that he and the girls should go to the church and have them take care of them. However, Maria is completely against this idea because the church members lead a very frugal life. They rarely ever eat meat, and everyone has to take care of themselves anyway, so the team is better off as it is right now. Isekai'd eventually agrees that they won't go to the church, and then he is asked why the team doesn't just go to the guild to earn money from adventures. Isekai'd says that will not be possible because they take money from the church and the country. Due to this, they are not allowed to go out and hunt monsters, and it leads Isekai'd to wonder how Siri's was able to do everything that he and the girls aren't. He laments his current situation, but there's not much that he can do about it. Now, we move to our hero and his lover mom Shizuko, who looks super cheerful right now. Siri's tells her that they will get some money after their meal, and then they will leave the city. Shizuko is completely fine with that, but Siri's doesn't understand why she is so cheerful. The curvy mom says that it's because she has him by her side, and then we see how our hero takes care of Shizuko. It turns out that he shampoos her hair every morning with a hair cleansing potion. He then combs the hair as he dries it out, almost as if he is a professional salon person. In this world, there is no husband who would do such a thing for his wife. But even then, Isekai'd and the girls ended up throwing Siri's out of their group. Shizuko does not like to make fun of other people's kids, but maintains that if Haruka were to see Lita like this, then she would have definitely slapped her. Even she herself would like to give Isekai'd a good thrashing for being ungrateful, and Siri agrees that he wouldn't mind doing the same thing. Shizuko compares her current life to her past life by saying Siri's and her take turns while making meals. But when she was with Isekai'd and Isekai'd, they would keep harassing her to make food, even when she was down with an illness. Our hero, on the other hand, says sweet things like he wants to see Shizuko smile, and he wants to cook for her. Such a drastic change makes the curvy mom so happy that she wishes to dance around randomly because of her comfy life now. There's also the fact that she and Ceres engage in the most unspeakable acts known to mankind day and night. So life is full of pleasure now. Shizuko even goes as far as to say that if she had to choose between Isekai'd and Ceres, she would easily choose Ceres without even having to think twice about it. She is his lover mom after all, so it's a no-brainer. Now, we move to the forest where Ceres has taken down multiple monsters at the same time. Shizuko is amazed to see how strong our hero is, but he says that it's easy for him because he's used to hunting down monsters by himself to survive. This is a bit surprising to Shizuko because Ceres used to be a part of the hero party, so there was no need for him to hunt for his earnings. However, he explains that since he is a magic warrior, he did not get aid from the party and had to pay for his own expenses. The curvy mom can't believe this because Ceres was not only helping Isekai'd and the girls defeat the Demon King, he was also doing requests on the side to pay for himself. Our hero says he didn't have any choice, and then Shizuko realizes that he must have been doing chores as well. Realizing that her lover boy has had such a tough life, the curvy mom brings his face close to her soft pillows in order to soothe his mind. Shizuko then asks Ceres what's the strongest monster he's hunted, and he says he's gone up to the dragon class. This includes wyverns, earth dragons, rock dragons, and even water dragons. Shizuko asks Ceres that if he's able to hunt down such beasts, then he might actually be as strong as Isekai'd if not stronger. Our hero is not too sure because he would never take part in the big battles. If he added to Isekai'd and the girls during these fights, then it could have caused a lot of issues for them. So he decided to stay in the sidelines and handle the small fry. Shizuko now realizes that while the four chosen ones get great powers, she had also heard of a hero so strong that even dragons would not be able to lay a hand on him. In her opinion, Isekai'd and this hero should not be so different, and it looks like she's referring to Ceres, who is still lost inside her soft pillows. She is saying this because our hero seems to be stronger than S-class heroes. However, it does not matter how strong you are. You can still suffocate inside soft pillows. So Ceres asks Shizuko to let him breathe for a bit. He then suggests going to the guild to give their report, so the curvy mom does as he says. The couple meets Sally, who gives them their reward. But then she also tells Ceres something important. It seems that he is still registered to the hero party. But this does not make sense as he had already left the group and made a new party with his lover mom. Sally admits that this was a mistake on her part, and she apologizes for it. Basically, she made a separate force for Zek's party, but since the guild treats each group independently, this should not be a problem for Ceres and Shizuko. Ceres asks what will happen to his lover mom because he did not tell her son Isekai'd about this. Sally explains that these things won't be an issue because Ceres is the leader of the separate group. Shizuko is simply a member of the separate group, and that's it. Ceres asks if he can still use the hero party's privileges, and Sally says yes as long as he and Shizuko remain members of the party. The curvy mom wants to know if she is also a part of the hero's party now, but Sally says that technically, she is the subordinate of Ceres in the hero party's separate group. Also, Ceres has been granted a new title called Dragon Slayer, so he can call himself that from now on. Shizuko congratulates him on this, and then she asks Sally if any other hero has ever hunted a dragon. She reveals that Zekt and Lita were able to slay demi-dragons and wyverns. But these are not proper dragons, so they don't get the same title as Ceres. This means that our hero is indeed the only one who was able to achieve something so great, and it makes Shizuko excited. She states that even Zekt could not slay a proper dragon, which makes her lover boy more admirable. Sally tells Shizuko that she should not be talking about Zekt so casually since he is the chosen hero of this world. That's when Ceres reveals to her that Shizuko is Zekt's mom. This is a shocker to Sally, and she slams her head onto the table while trying to apologize for misspeaking. The curvy mom does not mind this, and she reveals that she is simply our hero's lover girl now, which further shocks Sally to her core. She takes a look at the registry and tells Shizuko that she is simply listed as a slave girl. But then she blushes and says that she is a love slave to Ceres. This is a rather shady thing to say, so Sally looks at our hero and asks him exactly what's going on over here. Of course, Ceres does not want any misunderstanding, so he explains to Sally how he ran into Shizuko and what led him to buy her as his slave mom. Sally can't believe what she has heard, and she lashes out at Zector for abandoning his wife like this. She calls him the enemy of all women, but also finally understands our hero's mommy desires. In this case, she has a proposal for the lovebirds, which is to have a guild marriage. Ceres is not too sure of what this means, but Shizuko does, and she blushes because she is much older than our hero. Ceres wants to know how a guild marriage works, so Sally explains that it's simply a registered marriage through the guild. This would make it easy to contact Ceres if there are any issues, and the guild will also be able to keep a track of his accounts as well as Shizuko's. This is not very different from family registries in our hero's original world of Japan, and he would definitely like to make things official. He asks Shizuko if she would be interested in doing the guild marriage because he would surely love to. The curvy mom asks him if he is absolutely certain of this since she has a lot of years on him, and there's no walking away from such a marriage. As expected, Ceres is fine with it because he was the one who fell for her first. With that said and done, our hero and his lover mom officially tie the knot and get married. Shizuko has gone from a slave mom to a wife mom now, and Ceres is happy about it, although he does feel that Sally may have hustled him for some money by making him pay for the registry as well as the rings. Everyone celebrates their union and wish the best upon Ceres and Shizuko as they walk down the aisle as husband and wife. It's a very happy moment for the both of them. And then Ceres buys drinks for everyone on the house. This leads to even further celebrations as Sally starts handing out the drinks to everyone at the bar. Shizuko couldn't be happier about this because she has finally found the perfect husband, who at one point was pretty much like her stepson. Then she reveals that she had kept a promise with the other curvy moms back in the village. This was basically to share all their sorrows and all their blisses together with each other. This means that Ceres will probably have to take in a total of 4 mom wives. But that will not be a problem for him since he is a mommy lover. Now, Shizuko and Ceres reach the village of Jamuna, and it brings back some fond memories for our hero, as he was born here. The people of this village raised him after he lost his parents, so he is looking forward to his time here. His mom wife, on the other hand, is not too thrilled, and he was expecting this because Zector lives here as well. He is the same man who sold off Shizuko in the first place, so it's normal for her to feel a bit sad. Ceres goes to meet the chief, who is a bit surprised to see him. He was under the impression that our hero was out on a mission with Zect and the others. Now, Shizuko comes in as well, and this shocks the chief even further. This is because Zector had told everyone at the village that she had passed away. As expected, Shizuko has a frown on her face, and Ceres does not like seeing this, so he asks her if she would like him to have a word with her past husband. Shizuko says she can handle it, and then the couple explains everything to the chief. He realizes how traumatic it must have been for the curvy mom, and he calls Zector a lowlife for doing what he did to her. He would have chopped off his arm and thrown him out of the village as well. But it looks like Zector is not here anymore. We learn that he did not pay his taxes, and it led to the feudal lord taking him away. Shizuko pauses for a second, but then she activates demon mode and starts laughing over what has happened to Zector. The chief asks her to get it together, and then the curvy mom admits that she lost her composure for a bit. She wanted to at least get one hit at Zector, but it looks like he is a much worse place now. Ceres also knows that his mom-wife is speaking the truth, because even if Zector were to complete his time paying off his taxes while working as a slave, he will not have any face left to show in the village. After all, he did spend all of his son's money on curvy babes and booze without sharing it with anyone in the village. It really is a live example of you reap what you sow. Our hero states that he will never forgive Zector for selling off his dear Shizuko. But he also admits that he has a few good memories with him since he would take him and Zect out fishing during their childhood. Either way, it looks like things have turned out conveniently because revenge would not have been the best way to end this. Now, the chief comments on how happy Shizuko is looking due to the fact that she has gotten herself such a young husband. She admits that it's almost scary to see how happy she has become. And then the chief also commends Ceres for actually following through on the promise he made to the curvy mom back when he was a child. He even states that our hero is a very brave man for being able to live up to such a promise. Now, Ceres decides to buy himself a favor, so he gives the chief some coins to keep him happy. The bald chief then tells our hero that he should go get some rest with Shizuko. However, since the both of them just recently got married, he believes that the couple may want to tire themselves out even more. Ceres figures that the chief has given in to his own intrusive thoughts, so he should just try to get out of here with his wife mom. The couple reaches their home and are relieved to finally have some private time with each other. Shizuko is very happy to have gotten rid of Zector now, and she does not want to live with any kind of resentment. After all, she has finally found herself a nice husband after a long time. Our hero tells her that he was the one who caught her after all this time, so he deserves some credit as well. He then says that they can take it easy for today, but Shizuko asks him if he really wants to take it easy or actually get more exercise, just like the chief was saying earlier. Everyone's intrusive thoughts seem to be going wild and out of control, so Ceres suggests getting freaky right now. Shizuko is a bit taken aback by his eagerness, but they get down to business anyway.
After our hero suggests acting out his intrusive thoughts with his new wife mom, he and Shizuko don't waste any time in partaking at all. This goes on for quite a while, and then we move to later the next day as Ceres wishes Shizuko a good morning and then tells her that the both of them didn't take a break for even a second yesterday. Our hero is reminded that it's not morning but rather afternoon, so it makes him feel embarrassed. Ceres tells Shizuko that it's bad for him to be so excited all the time, but she tells him it's not an issue for her at all. As a matter of fact, she is glad to see someone desiring to do such things to a woman of her age. Everyone must be busy right now, so Ceres doesn't want to disturb them. But then he comes up with the idea to visit Kazuma. Shizuko has no issue with that, as this will also lead them to meet Haruka. Now, we learn that Kazuma is the only set meal restaurant in the area, and it is named after its owner. Kazuma also happens to be Lita's dad, and his wife is the very cute Haruka. Ceres tells us that Kazuma was the one who helped him recreate some of the dishes from his own world over here. He even considers Kazuma to be more of a brother to him, even though they are not related by blood. On that note, he considers Haruka to be like a sister to him as well, although we'll find out later that our hero actually meant to say stepsister. Now, Ceres and Shizuko reach the restaurant and meet Haruka. Our hero is a bit nervous to see her, but Haruka greets the both of them happily. She also tells Shizuko that the chief informed her about what had happened to her. The slave mom says it was fine because Ceres came to her rescue, and this impresses Haruka. She smacks our hero out of affection, but he tells her she's being too rough on him. He is not able to understand why she likes to playfully hit him so much, but then Shizuko diffuses the situation by saying she's a bit jealous of these two, although she is already married to Ceres. Haruka asks Shizuko if she actually went through with the marriage, and this causes the wife mom to blush. She admits to being the happiest woman in the world, but maintains that she is not a female Drake. Haruka agrees and says that Ceres has always been in love with her right from when he was a little baby. Now, Shizuko wants to tell Haruka that our hero also has intrusive thoughts for her. But before the ladies can discuss this, Kazuma shows up and announces that his pasta is ready. He is glad to see both Shizuko and Ceres, after which our hero also greets him as his brother. Ceres calls back to the time Kazuma took him in and acted like his father as well as his brother. This led him to calling Haruka his sister, but we all know his true intentions at this point. Ceres even admits to us that he was in love with Haruka for some time, especially because of her style and her looks, but he buried those feelings deep in his heart out of respect for Kazuma. As Ceres thinks about Kazuma and Haruka being a match made in heaven, Shizuko asks him if he likes Haruka. Of course, Ceres tries to deflect the question by saying he likes Haruka as a sister, but then Shizuko says that she knows what kind of man he is. She knows he wants his elephant to enter her kitty cat, so Ceres briefly acknowledges his shady thoughts back when he was a child. He obviously wants to maintain his love for his wife mom, so he tells her that he loved her the most and Haruka the second most. Shizuko says that if she looked at it from an outsider's perspective, then it wouldn't be too bad for Ceres to get with Haruka. This leads Ceres to praise Haruka for looking much younger than her actual age. In this world, it's not rare to have children by the age of 15. Which means it's basically the diddler's paradise. Having said that, Haruka looks like she's in her early 20s, although she might have actually crossed the age of 30 by now. Ceres doesn't mind older women looking young, because that's basically the dream for boys like him. He says all of this out loud, so Shizuko admits to Haruka looking very young, but it is obvious that she is feeling a bit insecure of her own age now. Our hero calms her down by saying even she looks quite young for her age, and most importantly, it's not just the looks that have drawn him towards Shizuko and Haruka. Even so, the wife mom tells her hubby boy that he should make a move on Haruka if he likes her so much. However, Ceres is a bit hesitant because he does not feel like he can make Haruka happy the same way as with Shizuko. After all, his wife mom needed someone to help her out of a tough spot, but Haruka looks like she is already happy with Kazuma. They have a family together, and things look quite well from the outside, so there is no need for Ceres to become a home wrecker. As expected, he does want Haruka because of how nice and sweet she was to him while he was growing up, but he abandoned all his intrusive thoughts for her out of respect for Kazuma. Shizuko tells Ceres that this may have been the case back when he was a child, but things might be different right now. She feels that he should still have a go at Haruka, but Ceres maintains that he does not want to ruin what looks like a perfectly good marriage. On the other hand, Shizuko tells Ceres that this is actually the best chance for him to shoot his shot. As a matter of fact, things may even end on a friendly note between husband and wife if Ceres were to enter the scene. Our hero is still not keen on doing such things, but then Shizuko tells him that he should just pay Haruka a night visit. Shizuko maintains that she'll feel lonely for a night, but she'll still be able to manage. Ceres panics because he knows what a night visit is and what it may entail. Shizuko states that night visits are a tradition of this village, and they are not as shady as our hero may think it to be. Of course, it does involve acting out your intrusive thoughts, but Shizuko states that as long as you follow its rules, you're fine. Ceres is shocked to learn that such acts can have rules as well, but his wife mom tells him to relax. Our hero still feels bad for Kazuma because he is the husband of Haruka. But Shizuko feels there won't be any issues as such. As long as our hero follows the rules, he will be in the safe zone. Now, it's time to learn about these night visit rules, so Shizuko walks us through them. The first and most important rule is that the woman in question should be older than 24 or at least be widowed. The second rule is that the man should approach the woman while she is asleep, and he should sit by her right side on his knees till she wakes up. The third rule is that the man should not speak to the woman unless she speaks to him first. The fourth rule is that the man must not shame the woman if she has accepted his advances. And the fifth rule is that he should not curse her if she rejects him. The sixth and final rule is that if the woman has rejected the man, then he should just give up and leave. Siri thinks that these are so easy that they should not even be considered as rules. But Shizuko tells him that he has to follow them strictly, otherwise he will get into big trouble. He is also scared of making Haruka mad, to which his wife mom says that it is very much a possibility. At the same time, she hopes that this night visit will make Haruka happy as well. Our hero has no idea what she is talking about, but then Shizuko tells him that she will not be coming home tonight, so he should make his preparations accordingly. It's night time now, which means it's time for action. Siri still can't believe what he is about to do to another woman, and that too with the support of his wife mom. He wonders if it's okay for him to be this shady, especially since he has only just married Shizuko. However, if she has insisted so much on it, then there is a great chance that the night visit will work. Siri sneakily makes his way to Haruka's room while continuously thinking about Shizuko's angle. But if it means he gets to have two curvy moms by his side, then he will not resist the temptation. He enters the room and sees the cute Haruka fast asleep, so he sits by her right side and on his knees. He had thought that Kazuma would also be in the same room, but that isn't the case. Anyway, the night visit has officially begun, so Siri has to wait patiently till Haruka wakes up. It takes a lot more effort to do this because he is checking out her curvy body while not being able to do anything. Suddenly, as his legs start to go numb, Siri notices that Haruka has woken up and is looking at him with a lot of confusion. At first, she asks our hero what he is doing here, but it doesn't take long for her to figure out what's really going on. Haruka takes a look at Siri once again, and asks him if he knows what it means to be sitting on her right side. Of course, our hero can't stop blushing and he tries to explain his actions to Haruka, but then he gets slapped harder than he has ever spanked Shizuko. Haruka is upset, and she calls Siri a fool because she thinks he is trying to play the fool with her. Such jokes are very bad, and in Haruka's opinion, they deserve a kick to the face, which is exactly what she does to Siri over here. Our hero asks her to calm down, but she maintains that she is calm, thus proving that no woman is ever calm. Haruka demands an explanation for this behavior, so Siri slowly blurts out that he likes his big sis. He gets yet another slap, and then Haruka asks him if he means it as siblings. She doesn't like getting hurt by tasteless jokes, and it shows in her face. Siri feels bad about what's going on, so he decides to confess the truth to Haruka, but at that very moment, Kazuma enters the room to check on his wife. He is surprised to see Siri over here, and our hero believes that he will soon be breathing his last. This leads to a round table conference, but without the round table and the chairs. Siri has to come up with something now, but he is told to speak carefully, otherwise it may harm his relationship with Haruka as well as Kazuma. It's now or never for Siri, so he finally confesses that he actually likes his big sis. However, after seeing her with Kazuma, he decided to give up on that dream. Haruka wants to say something, but then Kazuma cuts her off because the men are speaking right now. Both Haruka and Ceres are a bit surprised to hear this, but Kazuma becomes a wingman and tells our hero that he should not give up on the woman he likes. There's a lot going on inside his head, so Ceres tries to understand what Kazuma is trying to say. He replies by telling Ceres that he should just be open and clear with him. He wants an honest answer, so our hero tells him that he did not go after Haruka because she seemed to be very happy by his side. As a matter of fact, whenever he did look at the both of them, he could only see smiles, which made him jealous of the couple. Kazuma now understands Ceres and his feelings, so he tells him that he also wishes for our hero to get with his wife. However, he asks Ceres if he is fine with Haruka despite the fact that she is Lita's mom and is pretty much the same age as his late mother Maruna. Kazuma looks extremely serious right now, which is why Haruka is not able to understand her husband's passion. She asks Kazuma why he is being this way, but by then, Ceres reveals that age has got nothing to do with love. He does not wish to give up on loving Haruka either, although he might be confusing love for another word. Haruka also starts blushing now, so Ceres shoots his shot by saying he will offer his love to her if she accepts him. He still says that he does not want to make Kazuma sad, but instead, it looks like Kazuma is the one who wants this to happen the most. He tells Ceres not to think about him and only focus on how he feels about his wife. It is at this very moment that Ceres shouts out his love for Haruka. This stuns her for sure, but then Kazuma dulls the situation by telling our hero that his wife will only pile on years from now on. Sure, she may look young right now, but there's no telling what might happen a few years down the line. This is not putting Haruka in a good light, but Kazuma maintains this statement because he wants to know if Ceres can still take care of her after she stops looking young. The men get into a passionate shouting session, and Ceres once again proclaims that he will love Haruka right till her final breath. Now that Kazuma has all that he needs, he asks his wife what she feels about the whole thing. This only makes her more nervous, and she eventually asks Ceres why he chose her out of everyone. She had even changed his diapers back when he was a baby, but it looks like this is some kind of alternative grooming. Haruka calls back to all the times Ceres told her he liked her, but this was only when he was a child, so she did not take it seriously. Kazuma once again tells our hero that when he reaches the age of 30, which is Kazuma's current age, Haruka would be in her 40s, which is not the most youthful age even on Earth. Kazuma adds that his wife will start looking like an old hag by that point, but the person reacting to this the most is Haruka, and that too with anger. There seems to be a reason for all this madness, and it happens to be Kazuma checking Ceres' true loyalty. Our hero proudly says that he will still love Haruka despite any age issues she might face later in the future. This is enough for Kazuma to hand over his wife to Ceres without any hesitation. He pushes Haruka onto Ceres, which would be shocking for anyone normal. What's even weirder is that he asks Ceres to prove his love for Haruka by showing it to him right now. This takes our hero back by surprise, because he is not too sure what Kazuma means by such a statement. Haruka is immediately dumbfounded, but before she can counter her husband, Ceres decides to show off his passion to his big brother by taking his wife in front of his eyes. The men even shake hands as Kazuma tells Ceres he wants to see it, so it could be inferred that Kazuma has some peculiar tastes when it comes to his own intrusive thoughts. Haruka can't believe what she is about to do with Ceres, that too in front of her husband, but a promise made between real men is never broken. It's time to begin the proceedings, and Kazuma is watching on with a lot of intent. Haruka asks Ceres if he is serious about this, but he doesn't waste any time and immediately picks her up. He then places Haruka on the bed, after which he tells us that he does love Shizuko the most, but at this moment, he has his eyes on the prize. Haruka is blushing crazily as she asks to be let go. But Ceres points out how red her face is. She scolds him for being so bold. But then our hero decides to show his stepsister what he's really made of. The two of them proceed towards shady activities in front of Kazuma, and Ceres tells Haruka that she is incredibly beautiful. What follows is an extremely passionate session, after which Haruka asks Ceres if he loves her. Our hero fools around for a bit, but admits his love after another slap. Haruka confesses her love for him as well. After Ceres and Haruka are done with their shady activities, they notice that Kazuma is standing right there in front of them. He is posing as if he is some kind of alpha male, but he has just seen his wife getting violated by a kid he raised himself. Anyway, Kazuma asks Haruka if she is done or wishes to go for another round, but she says she's had enough for now. Ceres guesses that Kazuma might have left the room in between their shady activities, probably out of shame, but either way, he says sorry to the cuck for letting his intrusive thoughts get the better of him. However, Kazuma says that the two of them are good for each other, especially after what he just witnessed. Haruka agrees to this, and it confuses Ceres because he had no idea both husband and wife would agree to something of such a nature. Kazuma now explains that he and Haruka have lost their freak between each other and haven't engaged in a very long time. Basically, their relation as man and woman is all but over, so he does not mind if Haruka finds another victim. They still maintain a good relationship in general, so there are no hard feelings between them as such. Haruka adds that ever since she gave birth to her daughter, she and her husband lost the connection that made them attracted to each other in the first place. As a matter of fact, she is planning to find another man for a while, but due to the silly rules of this world, a woman has no chance of finding a new man after she reaches a certain age. It was at this moment when Ceres popped into Kazuma's head, especially because of how he used to bluish around Haruka all the time. A flashback shows Kazuma telling Haruka that Ceres may still have feelings for her, but she brushes it off because he was just a little kid when he said all of that before. Despite this, Kazuma still felt that our hero did not grow out of his love for moms, and that theory has been proven true over here. Now that he has proven his intentions, Kazuma tells Ceres that if he would like it, then he will gladly hand Haruka over to him. In the middle of all this, Haruka just sits and blushes, but Ceres still can't believe that he is being given such an offer. However, Kazuma once again reminds our hero that he used to be a little creep back in the day, sticking to Haruka's leg like a dog who needed to get snipped. Ceres is reminded of this, and he does feel a little embarrassed, but he can't hide from the truth. Now, Kazuma says that he has lived with Haruka for a long time, and she still remains an important part of his youth, as they have fond memories together. Now that he has grown out of it, he wishes to walk a different path, but was not able to do so till now because he could not trust his wife to a random man. Now that Ceres is here, he has nothing to worry about, and can leave behind his days as a married man. He believes that our hero can make his wife a lot happier than he ever could, which is why he is entrusting Haruka to him. Ceres is so glad that he did not get beaten up for what he has just done to someone else's wife, and he happily accepts Haruka as his new mom wife. There's still another surprise waiting for him, as Haruka says that he might actually have 4 wives with him in the future. This is because of some promise that was made amongst the curvy moms a while back. So Haruka is still not sure if it's true, but she says it so casually as if this place is a feminist's nightmare. Ceres can't believe that he might be blessed with even more curvy moms, but there are other things to figure out as of now. The first and most important thing is the shop. If our hero is to take Haruka away now, then it could mean trouble for business. Kazuma reassures him that he has it all under control because he can just buy a young slave girl from the government and hire her as his maid. This will allow him to run a nice cafe. But Haruka has just realized why her husband was so keen to let her go. Of course, she herself is a 10, but since everyone operates on Drake mentality in this world, Kazuma would surely prefer a much younger slave. Siri offers to lend the funds for the maid to Kazuma, but he firmly refuses this. Siri once again asks Kazuma to take his money, because he wants to help his older brother for once in his life. Eventually, Kazuma does take the money, and he seems to have gotten a great deal out of this whole situation. Now, our hero leaves with his new wife mom, and he promises Kazuma that he will take care of her, no matter what. There are sparks flying everywhere between Siri and Haruka, after which they decide to find out what Shizuko is up to. Haruka wants to meet up and talk with her fellow mom buddy, but Siri says that he was instructed not to come back home today. Now, we move to Shizuko, who is having a nice drink to herself while also wondering if her lover boy has managed to get with Haruka yet. Now, Siri takes Haruka on a detour and leads her to a familiar spot. She is hit with nostalgia as she sees the area, and it makes her recall when she used to watch over the kids back when she used to have days off from the shop. All the kids used to be a hassle for her, but Siri was relatively easier to manage despite his intrusive thoughts. This leads Haruka to tell our hero that he has changed quite a bit, and it surprises him. The wife mom asks Siri if this place full of memories was the only thing he wanted to show her, but he says there's more. Our hero then goes on to tell Haruka that he wants to make 1,000,000 more memories with her as husband and wife, but also calls her sis at the same time. This comes across as typical Alabama behavior, but Haruka doesn't have a problem with it. She holds her new husband's hand and calls him silly for trying to act cool like a poser. With that, Siri and Haruka embrace each other and share a passionate moment. It's getting late now, so Siri suggests heading back, but Haruka says that she wishes to stay here a little longer. Our hero has no problem with that, so the couple sits down together and they cuddle to make all the single folks depressed. After all this romance, it's time to take a look at the miserable bunch of heroes led by Isekai'd. We see Mel, who is having a hard time with all the accounts, and she claims that she can't take it anymore. It's a huge pain to her, but Isekai'd says that she should not be complaining as she has been exempted from all the other work of the party. Mel has to write periodic reports of the party's adventures to the church in order to get an allowance from them. This involves what kind of materials they intend to buy and what their future plans are as well. It makes Mel wonder how Siri was able to do all of this without any problems. On top of that, the church gets mad at Mel if her handwriting is bad, or even if the party has no future plans. Clearly is a lot for the spoiled brat to handle, and it shows. Now, Lita shows up and tells Isekai'd that she needs to do some maintenance on her sword. Due to this, she will not be able to handle the laundry, so she asks him to do it. However, Isekai'd gives the convenient excuse that he is a man and would prefer not to wash a woman's delicate clothing. Lita then taunts Isekai'd by saying he has it good. When he asks her what she means by this, Lita states that his holy sword does not need any maintenance at all. The only thing that Isekai'd needs to do is clean it, which is a rather easy task. As far as Lita's sword is concerned, she needs to maintain it regularly, otherwise it quickly loses its edge. As a matter of fact, the other day, she almost lost her life because she could not cut off an ogre's arm. The attention now turns to Maria, who already says she doesn't want to do anything despite no one asking her to. Isekai'd tries to reason with her, but she says that she will not have anyone else's work pushed onto her. This becomes a bit too much for Isekai'd to handle, so he finally admits that their current situation is all his fault. He realizes that the most important person in the party was not himself or the sage, but rather Siri. Having said this, Isekai'd asks the girls if they believe they can get Siri's back. Mel wishes that they didn't have to rely on our hero so much, but Lita says that no one is better at maintaining swords than Siri's. Maria adds that Siri's was the only one she could trust with shopping because he would never buy anything that was not necessary. This is more than enough for Isekai'd to declare that they need to get Siri's back. Little does he know that Siri's has been maintaining his own sword a bit too well with his mom. Lita asks Isekai'd what Siri's might ask as compensation for his return, but the thought didn't even come across him till now. She reminds him that despite all the efforts our hero put into the party, Isekai'd shamelessly kicked him out because he wanted to have fun with the girls without any interruption. Isekai'd is hit with a massive wave of guilt, and he tries to console himself by saying he didn't do anything so cruel. Maria calls him out for being ignorant and reminds him that he made Mel take off the necklace that Siri's gave her as a gift, just so that he could put his own necklace on her. On top of this, Isekai'd made sure that our hero say this while he was getting kicked out of his own party. It's quite obvious that such an act had hurt our hero's feelings. So Maria asks Isekai'd how he would feel if someone did that to him. The shameless hero finally has a moment of realization and admits that he would have punched Siri's if he had done the same thing to him. Despite this, he also recalls Siri's being nice to the party even after being kicked out for no good reason. Isekai'd's head drops down in shame, and even Mel feels bad about what they have done to Siri's. Lita states that all of them had gotten carried away at the time, and Maria declares that they will need to give our hero something grand in order to make up for their gross negligence. Isekai'd says that the girls should know exactly what needs to be given back to Siri's, which is a woman and a place to be. He considers giving Mel back to Siri's, but that would not even be close to enough to make up for what has unfolded so far. Isekai'd thinks about offering Lita or Maria as well, but then he remembers the shady acts they do to him, so he can't possibly let that go. After all, a man rarely stops being a man unless he has gone mad. Isekai'd does not know what to do anymore, and we instantly shift to his mom Shizuko, who calmly calls him stupid. She wonders how he even grew up to be this way, and then we see that she is actually having a drink with two other curvy moms. They feel bad for Shizuko and what she has been through, but what's important is that she couldn't be happier now. The other moms find it amazing that Shizuko managed to marry Siri's, especially Mel's mom, Seo. She can't believe that Shizuko got with such a young boy and calls it unfair. Now, Maria's mom, Msaki, feels that it is hard to believe such a thing has happened, but then Seo says that it should be considered natural because of the way Siri's used to look at the moms even when he was a little boy. Our hero has always been in love with older women, and it shows, although if we consider his mental age, then he is the one who is older than all of these curvy moms. Seo seems to have had enough beverages as her face shows desire for Siri's. Msaki sees this and says that Seo would normally never get involved with anyone with such a big age difference. Seo counters that Siri's has always acted like a gentleman around her, so she would never let such an opportunity pass by. She remembers that he had told her he loved her back when he was just 5 years old. Despite looking like a child, Siri's would always speak as if he was a grown man, so Seo does not see violating him as a crass act. Msaki once again tries to sway her away by saying Siri's might have just wanted the love of a mother. That is true, but it's not the kind of love that Msaki is referring to. Seo reaffirms that by stating Siri's clearly wanted to love her as a woman. Of course, due to their age difference, she did not respond to him back then. But now, she definitely sees and treats our hero like a grown man. Seo looks at Shizuko now and tells her that she must have felt the same way, which was what led her to get with Siri's in the first place. Shizuko shyly agrees with Seo and admits that even though Siri's was weird as a kid, she always treated him like a son back then. It was only later when she realized that she should have treated him like a stepson. Seo believes that this was when Shizuko started falling for our hero, and then she decides to ask a very blunt question. She wants to know how things are in the bedroom, but Msaki once again tries to deflect her question by saying all of the moms here are basically like grandmoms as per the rules of this world. She believes that a young stud like Siri would never be interested in the bodies of old women like them. However, she does not know that moms like her would be instant hits back in our hero's world. Shizuko backs up this claim by blushing and saying Siri is an absolute beast. Both Msaki and Seo watch on in disbelief as Shizuko tells them that Siri does not let her go until the sun rises up. Our hero is indeed a man of culture, but Seo does not believe this, and she tells Shizuko not to lie so much just because she loves Siri. Msaki adds that her own husband tells her she is not worth engaging with, but that is only because he is a fool. Seo even states that she has not been able to act on her intrusive thoughts in over 10 years, which is ridiculous for a curvy body like hers. She states that even if she tries to hold her husband's hand, he would say that it's disgusting. These men clearly have no standards, but Seo believes the ways of this world, so she refuses to accept that someone like Siri would think differently. Also, if what Shizuko is saying is true, then there is no reason for her to be sharing this information with the other moms. She would have tried to monopolize Siri and have him all to herself, but then she tells the other moms one for all and all for one. This is when we learn that the 4 curvy moms had promised to share their joys and sorrows with each other, no matter what. To prove her point, Shizuko goes on to show the other moms a mark on her neck which can only be obtained if you are getting violated by a bull in the sack. Msaki and Seo can't believe what they are seeing, but it's the truth. Seo wants to know what Shizuko's end goal is, and she assumes that she simply wants to brag about her new boy toy. Shizuko proves that theory wrong as well by revealing she had sent Siri to Haruka's house for a night visit. Seo can't believe this, because Haruka is supposed to be in a good relationship with her husband. Shizuko says that Kazuma might be a nice man, but he is no longer interested in Haruka as a woman, so it's fine for her husband to get with her. Seo is speechless, and then Shizuko says that Siri does see all of them as women. This is why she wants both Seo and Msaki to abandon their husbands for Siri. The curvy moms are shocked to hear this, but Shizuko tells them that this is their chance to go back to being women again. Of course, there are consequences to their actions, but the reward seems a bit too good to be true. They wonder if such a thing can even be possible, but the blush on their faces say it all. They tell Shizuko that if she is lying to them, then they will definitely get back at her for giving them so much false hope. Shizuko says that she is not lying at all, and counters by stating the other moms have to join her back as adventurers if what she is saying turns out to be true. This is when we learn that Seo used to be known as the teary-eyed ice princess who would freeze anything that stood before her. Msaki used to be called the berserk black knight who would chop down demons into minced meat. On this note, Shizuko tells the moms that it's time for them to go wild and relive their youth, but they tell her not to mention the nicknames they came up with when they were young and did not know any better. Now that all the intentions are out in the open, Seo wants to know what Siri has to do with them returning as adventurers. Shizuko says that if the moms would like to discuss this, then the chat will become a bit more serious, and she is not sure whether she wants to do that. However, Msaki says that she will go and prepare some tea so that the moms can talk this out properly. Shizuko apologizes to her because the moms are having this conversation in her house as well. Msaki doesn't mind at all as long as it's just them over here, so she goes ahead and fetches the tea. Now that everyone is set, Shizuko finally reveals that she is really angry with her son for being a useless jerk. The moms ask if this has to do with Isekai'd kicking Siri out of his party. to which Shizuko says yes. After all, our hero only ended up following that group because the moms told him it would be a good idea. Despite this, the party pushed all the household chores onto him, and even made him work to earn his own living. Despite such an unfair deal, Siri still went ahead and did everything without any complaints. However, Isekai'd was still shameless enough to kick him out of the party for no good reason. Neither Seo nor Msaki knew about this, as can be seen in the grim look on their faces. Msaki can't believe that Maria has been giving so much trouble to Siri, and Seo is also upset with Mel for not supporting Siri. As a matter of fact, she has already decided to give her daughter a good scolding for her actions. Shizuko says that even she has been thinking about what she should do to punish Isekai'd, and it turns out that one such way is to have all the curvy moms marry Siri and leave the village. If they happen to do this, then their kids will not have any place to come home to. Seo wants to confirm that Shizuko is asking her and Msaki to leave their husbands and become wives of Siri. The wife mom states that this is indeed the best way out, and while the promise was an important reason for her to reveal the truth, she also wanted to punish Isekai'd. Msaki says that if she leaves, then her husband will simply buy a slave girl and turn her into his second wife. If that is the case, then Maria will not have a place to stay anymore, and the same applies to Mel as well. The moms still wonder if this is enough to affect their kids, but then Shizuko says that the main topic is yet to be discussed. She wonders if Siri is actually stronger than the actual hero, since he already works harder than him. If such a thing were to be true, then it would completely ruin the reputation of Isekai'd and his harem. Msaki asks if Shizuko wants to know for sure about this by having her gal pals assist Siri as adventurers. However, Seo is not sure if they are up to the mark for such a mission, because all of them are quite old as per the standards of this place. Shizuko simply laughs at Seo's statement and calls her timid. Once again, she refers to her as the teary-eyed ice princess, and it embarrasses Seo greatly as she does not want her past to be brought up again. Shizuko then turns to Msaki and calls her the Berserk Black Knight, which makes her really awkward again. The idea is to form a party of love with Siri, which should not be a problem as he will take them in with open arms and even more open elephant. Eventually, Seo and Msaki agree to the deal, so Shizuko settles it and says that they should get going. The curvy moms are not sure where they are heading, but the wife mom says that she is going to show them proof of her love. They reach home, but Seo does not understand what the big deal is. Shizuko tells her to calm down and not say a word as they enter. The reason behind this is that Siri is getting locked and loaded with Haruka again. After a rather intense display of shady activities, both our hero and Haruka are shocked to see Shizuko in front of them with Seo and Msaki. The moms are shocked by what they have just seen, but they are also a bit jealous of Haruka. Shizuko now turns to the curvy moms and asks them if they now believe what she had told them about Siri being a beast. They clearly have no doubts about that anymore, and then everyone helps Haruka get brought up to speed on Shizuko's plans. Haruka figures that the first wife mom set everything up right from the start, and Shizuko calmly laughs in agreement. She also refers to Haruka as the smiling Ripper demon and compliments her sense of intuition. Of course, Siri has no idea that Haruka had such a nickname, and it makes her feel awkward. He asks his latest mom-wife if this is true, but she is too embarrassed to admit what she was like 15 years ago. She asks Shizuko not to bring up such childish nicknames, but Siri just wants to understand what is going on over here. Of course, Seo is only fantasizing about doing shady things with Siri, especially after seeing Haruka in action. Even Msaki is proud of Siri for growing into a passionate young man, but Haruka is not too comfortable with these judgments. Now, Shizuko explains her deal to our hero and then asks him to take in both Msaki as well as Seo as his new wife moms. Siri's is in a bit of a spot because on one hand, he would gladly take Msaki and Seo as his new wives, but on the other hand, he is not too keen on the plan to take revenge on Isekai'd and the others. He does admit that he was angry when he got kicked out of the party, but at the same time, he also felt a sense of liberation. After all, he was only a part of this party because the moms had asked him to protect their kids. It was basically why he left so easily when he was told he was not needed anymore. Revenge has never really crossed his mind, so he isn't too sure about turning over to the dark side. There's also the fact that he can use all the privileges of the hero's party, so he tells the moms that he will gladly accept Seo and Msaki, but he is not too sure of the revenge aspect. While he does appreciate the sentiment behind what Shizuko is doing for him, he does not wish to punish anyone. The first wife mom says that what Isekai'd did to Siri was indeed very wrong, so he should definitely think this through. Our hero states that he has thought it through, and he simply does not hold a grudge against anyone for what they have done to him. Shizuko asks him again if he is sure of this, especially after all the treatment he had to go through. Plus, Isekai'd keeping all the girls to himself should have definitely annoyed any normal boy. However, our hero is just made different and he says that the women he likes are Shizuko, Haruka, Seo, and Msaki. He even calls them broad-minded, kind, and loving women, after which he states that their daughters did not fit that bill for him. All they did was make him work hard, and then they kicked him out, so he doesn't care much about it. There's another very important thing he brings up, which is the fact that polygamy is only allowed if you are a part of the hero's party. It is due to this special privilege that he is even able to take in more wives after Shizuko. So, he doesn't really have any reason to be mad at Isekai'd or the other girls. He admits that he has had to go through some hard times, but at the end of it all, it was this path that led him to such a happy life now. Keeping that in mind, he feels it would be best to leave things as they are. Shizuko smiles at first, but then she and all the other moms go rage mode and tell our hero that his methods of kindness will not work here. Shizuko believes that children need to be scolded, so Siri should not let his leniency get in the way. Haruka can't forgive Lita either, and the same applies to Seo and Msaki, who are supremely disappointed in their daughters. Our hero is left with no other choice but to listen to his wife moms, so he eventually agrees to punish the brat hero party. However, he asks to at least be given the right to choose what kind of punishment they should receive. As of now, the priority is to settle the matter with Seo and Msaki, who are set to become his new wife moms. Now, we move to a few days later where we see an extremely buffed man cutting down some trees. His name is Kaido, and he is Seo's husband. He calls out to his wife because he wants some tea, and she agrees to do so, but she does not like the way he treats her as if she is his slave. None of that matters to her though, as she knows that Siri will be coming to take her away today. With that, she looks forward to never having to see her husband's face again, as she has no intention of working as a slave for him anymore. At this very moment, Kaido orders Seo to give him his tea right this minute, and she obliges for the time being. We are taken to a brief flashback now, where we see Msaki and Seo bidding farewell to Siri after deciding their plan on how to leave their husbands. After they leave, Shizuko looks at Siri and tells him that he is yet to propose to Haruka properly. He agrees, so Shizuko smiles and holds onto his arm, stating that they are now one as a family. Haruka feels a sense of warmth upon hearing this, and she agrees with Shizuko, but this gives the first wife mom the chance to suggest taking a bath together. Haruka and Siri are shy about it at first, but they have done much shadier things than taking a bath together, so they decide to hop into their towels. Siri says that it won't be necessary for all of them to go in together, but Shizuko maintains that it's important for family to get along. Our hero does not have any answer to that, so he allows his wife moms to wash his back. Siri wonders how things have turned out this way, and although he may sound a bit sad, Shizuko can sense the excitement in his voice. Anyway, she tells Haruka that it's time to clean the front, and this makes Siri a bit nervous. Haruka tells him to stop hiding his elephant as they need to make sure they have washed him properly. One thing leads to another, and as we would all expect, our hero gets to live out the ultimate desires of most young men. After they are done executing their intrusive thoughts, the triple couple takes a bath, but the tub is too small. Since it's too cramped, Siri suggests building a bathtub that can fit everyone from his new family. Haruka suggests a bigger bed as well because family needs to stick together at all times. This makes Siri happy, and he agrees with his big sis, who is also a mom and his wife at the same time. Now, we move back to the present where our hero has come to Seo's house so that he can take her away from her husband. Seo opens the door with a bright smile on her face and welcomes Siri inside. She tells him that the person he needs to meet is waiting for him inside, and this makes him a bit nervous. He goes on to sit down in front of Kaido, who is striking a pose like a boss. He comments on how Siri has finally made it here, and we can see that a proper feast has been prepared for him. Our hero is still standing, which makes Kaido angry, so he scolds him and orders him to sit down this instant. Siri wonders if he is actually welcome in this place, but then Kaido says it's time to start with a drink. Our hero thanks him for his hospitality, and then the men have a drink. Kaido comments on how Siri has grown into a full man from a little brat. He responds by thanking him for the help he provided during when he was a child. Kaido says that he only taught Siri how to work the fields and the livestock, so all his adventuring skills are due to his own hard work. However, Siri says that Kaido is wrong about his because whenever an adventurer would come to town, he would always tell them to teach our hero a thing or two. Kaido is not sure if such a thing had happened, but Siri remembers it well. Our hero thanks Kaido for every single thing he's done for him, but the buff builder says that this is only sentiment speaking. At the end of the day, he is just a stubborn father who is hated even by his own daughter. Of course, if we were to compare Kaido to the bosses Siri had to deal with in his past life, then he would be cute at best. Of course, our hero has a lot on his mind when it comes to sentiments, as he had lost his family in this world at an early age. He then tells Kaido that he considers everyone in this village as his family member. Kaido is not interested in small talk, so he tells Siri that they should get down to business, which in this case happens to be his wife. Siri firmly says yes, and even Seo can be seen peeking from the background. Kaido says that if it is Seo that Siri wants, then he can have her, which is actually a very straightforward offer. Even Siri did not expect things to go so smoothly, but then Kaido explains that his wife really does not have any fond memories of him. When they got married, Kaido's dad was still alive, and even though he was going to pass away soon, he kept nagging at Seo to have a girl who could provide a strong and healthy heir. This had become a lot for her to deal with as a new wife, and after Kaido's dad passed away, it was on him to look after her. He did so for a bit, but the damage was already done, and there was no turning back from there. Kaido had only become like his dad, scolding Seo and making her life miserable, so it only makes sense for her to hate him. Siri also knows that Kaido runs his mouth a lot, but at least he never raised his hand on Seo, for whatever that is worth. It's just a case of two people not being able to connect with each other. And Kaido is fine with Siri taking Seo because he knows he's been after her since he was a little boy. Siri decides to offer some money to Kaido for his wife, but he does not want it as he is fine with the arrangement Mel has. He actually wanted our hero to marry Mel, but that will not be possible now, which is why he is offering his wife instead of his daughter. Now, he looks at Seo, who says sorry to him, but he asks her what she is apologizing for. He did not protect her from his father, and only annoyed her further, so he is the one who should be saying sorry. Now that the deal is done, Ceres asks Kaido what he is going to do now. The buff builder simply says that he will go get himself some young brides now that he has gotten rid of Seo, whom he refers to as a depressing hag. As expected, she is not too pleased to hear this, but Kaido continues to say he will find himself a few young slave girls, thus proving that he has graduated from the Drake Academy of not-so-fine grooming. Seo can't believe Kaido is being so shameless, especially after all the big talk about apologizing to her. He says he does mean what he said about that, but that's all there is to his words. If it were up to him, then he would definitely choose a young bride over an old hag like Seo, which is not exactly the best judgment of looks. Ceres tries to calm down Seo, but she erupts in anger and says that she hates Kaido for making her life miserable. The buff builder couldn't care less, and tells Ceres to take Seo away from his sight as she is souring his mood. Seo hurls abuses at her husband, but our hero simply tells her that they should go be happy with each other now. Later, we see Seo cleaning herself up, and then Ceres asks her if she is good to go. Of course, she is feeling a bit low because she had this whole plan in mind wherein she was going to dump her husband. However, he has made it look as if he is the one who has kicked her out, so he is indeed an alpha male unlike Haruka's husband who liked to watch. It's frustrating for her, but our hero reminds her that she has a happy life ahead now, and that is all that should matter. She agrees and apologizes for making Ceres wait, but then her attention shifts to her broom. Ceres wants to know what it's doing in Seo's room, so she explains that she used to practice magic with it back when she was little. Seeing the broom brings back some memories, and it also gives Seo an idea. She asks Ceres if he would like to go for a ride, and this shocks him because he had no idea his latest wife mom could fly. This should have been common sense, considering that she is actually a wizard with a magic broomstick. With that, Seo takes off with Ceres on the broom, just like an R-rated version of Harry Potter. Our hero is amazed because even Mel is not able to fly. Seo explains that her daughter is a sage, so her spells are very potent, but the problem is that she does not know how to control her power. Ceres tells us that he does have the power of air walking, which allows him to walk in the air, but even that can't get him up to the kind of altitude he is at right now. It makes sense now that Seo used to be an S-rank adventurer, because her experience is truly out of this world. Now, Ceres asks Seo if she has settled down from the earlier situation with Kaido, but it is not easy for her to just forget about it. The thing is that Seo raised a kid with her husband and lived half her life with him, so she had expected to breathe her last with him as well. Since she is old right now as per this world's standards, she felt that she had run out of options, due to which she resigned herself to this fate. Kaido treated her like a slave each and every day of their time together, and since he is older than her, it meant that Seo would have had to take care of him if he fell sick or became too old to walk. Luckily for her, when Shizuko said that she could live a happy life with Ceres, Seo felt that she could get her freedom back again. Of course, she is still a bit upset about the way things eventually turned out for her, but if she and her husband did not really need one another, then it was for the best that they split up. All of this is assuming the fact that Ceres does not go on to dump her, but we can be sure that our hero would never do such a thing. Seo asks him if he means it, but she also takes the broom much higher up, which alarms Siri's a bit. The wizard wife mom says that she might have spoken to Kaido, but her new husband is yet to propose to her. She says that Siri's would always say he loved her back when he was little, but she does not know why he likes her so much. She wants to know what part of her body he likes so much, and this puts our hero in a bit of a spot. She breathes into his ear as she asks this, so we can imagine what it must be doing to our hero's intrusive thoughts. He eventually grabs Seo's thigh, and this catches her off guard, so the broom begins to descend. The both of them are falling at a really fast rate, and Siri's tries to get Seo to act on it, but she is too busy enjoying the touch of a man after such a long time. Eventually, the new couple crashes into a forest, but luckily for them, the trees cushion their fall. Siri asks Seo if she is all right, and then we see that he is actually on top of her. As expected, sparks are flying everywhere and Siri activates the mom-loving beast within him. Seo looks at her new lover boy and tells him that this will be the only time they will get to be with each other alone, and without any of his other wives, so it would be best for them to do the nasty over here. Our hero did not expect to hear this at all, but from the look on Seo's face, she is definitely ready to let it all out after their crash landing. Siri clearly can't hold back any longer, so he is ready to rip out the elephant, but Seo asks him to wait for a moment because she does not want any of the forest's monsters to come and bother them. She unleashes a magical barrier, although she admits that Shizuko is better at this kind of thing. The barrier holds, and Seo is confident that the small fry will not be able to break through it. With that, it's time to let their intrusive thoughts run loose, and Siri gets straight down to business on Seo's soft pillows. What follows is a rather intense sequence of unspeakable acts, and it ends with a mutual finish. After they get done and dressed up again, Seo asks her new lover boy to keep this particular session a secret between the two of them. He has no issues with that and says that it's time to head home. But then Seo takes a look at her broom and notices that it has broken off, most definitely from the crash landing. Seo says that they will have to walk while also keeping an eye out for monsters as the magic barrier will run out soon. The moment she says this, we can see that a couple of monsters have already arrived at the scene. Siri gets ready to defend his new mom-wife, but before he can pull out his sword, Seo decides to unleash her own spell, called Isekai'd. She follows it up with an impressive icicle wave, which is more than enough to take down the wolf monsters over here. Our hero is amazed by what he has just witnessed, but Seo simply smiles and tells him they need to get going. Siri notices that Seo is using short chant magic to deal with monsters quickly, and then using deadly magic to end them for good. She remains cool even during the heat of the battle, and is extremely used to fighting, which is a good thing. The scary part, though, is that all four of our hero's wife moms are probably on the same level. As he says this, we see a giant demon monster show up, but even he is no match for Seo, who uses a spell known as Absolute Zero. Siri is surprised by such a powerful spell, as is the monster who is frozen at this point. Seo then reveals that this spell is an original creation of hers which was named by Shizuko. Basically, she lowers the blood temperature of her target to -200 degrees, which is more than enough to freeze them for good. Siri doesn't say this to her face, but he admits that Seo is way too overpowered to be living as a slave wife. On top of that, she is able to pull all of this off without even needing a staff to amplify her power. What Siri can't understand is that if his wife moms have so much power, then it makes no sense for them to have given up their lives as adventurers. Shizuko had said that this decision was driven mainly by the fear not to marry late, but Siri wonders if that really is the reason behind it. Even if this was the case, the wife moms should have been able to command their husbands as they pleased, but they still decided to live as if they were slaves. There could always be another reason for choosing the quiet life in the village, so Siri hopes that his wives tell him the truth one day. After a while, Siri feels like they have already passed this area, so he asks Seo what's up. She simply acts cute and says that they might be lost if this is the case. It's fair to say that this could all just be a ploy from Seo to go for round 2. It doesn't take a genius to figure this out, so our hero calls out Seo in an instant, telling her that she is simply fooling around. Seo says that she only wanted to fool around with her lover boy some more, plus he has not technically proposed to her yet. Siri admits his mistake and states that it would be low of him to expect such a lovely woman to say that to him. Seo is taken away simply for being called lovely, and then we see Siri holding on to her from behind. He then says that he loves her and wants her to be with him forever. She says yes in an instant, and then jokes about stealing her daughter's boyfriend. However, our hero tells her that he and Mel were not that close to begin with, so she has nothing to feel guilty about. Later, they reach home, and Seo happily greets everyone with a wide smile on her face. She tells Haruka and Shizuko that she will be in their care from today onwards, but she is a bit too chirpy for their liking. Haruka calls out Seo for acting suspicious, and even Shizuko says that she will find out from Siri later about what they did to take so much time in coming here. Of course, there is still a lot of work left to be done, and it starts with having to get Msaki from her husband Shudo too. Siri enters their store, which also doubles up as a foodstuff spot. He says sorry to Msaki for making her wait so long, but she does not have an issue with that. Now, he meets with Shudo and tells him it's been a while since they last saw each other. Shudo greets him with a smile and says that Siri is being a bit too stiff around him. He asks if our hero would like to have a drink, and then he shows a bottle of brandy, which he has been saving for this very moment. Siri identifies the booze instantly, which impresses Shudo. He says that our hero is very knowledgeable and is the only one in the village who gets him, apart from Kazuma, who is a cuck, in case you forgot about that. Now, Siri tells us that Shudo is a very knowledgeable man, especially when it comes to luxury items. He's smart to boot, but the main issue is that he is an overly rational oddball. It is due to this behavior that the villagers are not too fond of him. Despite that, our hero can't forget that it was Shudo who taught him how to read, write, and also do math. Of course, this should have been easy for a man who was reincarnated into another world, but Siri reveals that he needed to brush up on his skills, as he had forgotten a lot during his reincarnation process. Keeping in mind all of this, Siri thanks Shudo for all that he's done for him. However, Shudo says that the shocker came to him when he saw how good Siri was at reading and writing when he was just 5 years old. Shudo also points out that Siri could watch over his store while he would read, so it was like a reciprocal relationship. Our hero feels that Shudo was born in the wrong place, as he is more suited to be some kind of scholar in the royal family. Either way, Shudo proposes a toast because the brandy is way too tasty to ignore. Siri also takes a sip, and then Shudo says that it's always a pleasure for him to speak with people like him and Kazuma. However, it is not the same when it comes to anyone else. Siri wants to understand this further, so Shudo states that he is not meant to be a father or a husband. Of course, he had to keep up appearances when Maria was a baby, but he states that she was a massive pain in his backside. He then says that there's no point in beating around the bush, so he asks Siri if he has come here for Msaki. He says yes, so Shudo tells him that he can take her right now if he wants. Our hero asks him if he is sure about this, but then he reminds him that he just said he is not fit to be a husband. He simply does not love Msaki anymore, although that was not always the case. When Msaki had given birth to Maria, Shudo's love for her had peaked, but ever since then, his flame for her had quickly burnt out. Even now, they barely talk to each other at home, which is never a good sign for couples. So, if Siri wants to take her away, then he has no problem with it at all. Plus, Shudo also knows that our hero has liked Msaki for a while, which means that pretty much all the husbands knew our hero's shady intentions even when he was a little boy. Siri has to act innocent, so he shows surprise when he hears this, but Shudo says it was quite obvious to sense the mom lover inside him. He then calls back to an early memory of Msaki giving Siri a bath, which proves his point. Now, Shudo says that our hero did lose his mother at a very young age, so it would not be strange for him to want women with motherly features. He even states that there are multiple such cases out there, and refers to them as oddballs who enjoy the company of moms and grandmas. Having said that, Shudo has complete faith in Siri when it comes to taking care of his wife. He then asks Msaki if she is fine with it, but the look on her face suggests that she is angry at her husband for comparing her to a grandma. Siri does acknowledge that Shudo is a smart guy, and he is sure that he would have already sorted out his future. He goes on to ask what he will do moving forward, and Shudo seems to be very happy that he was asked this question. His answer, though, isn't exactly what you would expect from a genius, as he says that he will buy himself a young slave girl. With all the husbands stating the same thing so far, it's fair to say that the men of this world are not like us. Shudo reasons that Msaki is no fun at all, while Maria only has flowers in her head. So, him buying a young slave girl with an interest to learn would be a great experience for him, among many other probable things that he would like to do to her. As Shudo continues to talk about the value of high-class slave girls, Msaki finally loses her cool and smashes the table with her fist. Both Siri and Shudo are stunned by this behavior, and Msaki goes on to apologize for not being fun to be around. She then tells Shudo that they should go out and look at the stars for a bit, but Shudo says that since she is not his wife anymore, she does not have the right to hit him either. He then turns to our hero and pleads with him to take Msaki away before she gets more violent. He gives Siri a smile, and then our hero takes his latest wife away from the scene. He tells her it would be better for them to be at their new home now, and she agrees. As they leave, Siri turns to Shudo to thank him again, but it looks like he is already celebrating the fact that he can read as many books as he wants now. His joyous behavior leads our hero to wonder if Shudo had actually done this for his sake, or whether it was another one of those reciprocal relationships. Anyway, now Siri has finally completed his mission of getting 4 wife moms, and he tells Msaki that they will need to register as a family with the other moms, so that they can live a comfy life together. She agrees, but then her face completely changes when she sees a church in front of her. Siri asks her if she needs something from the church, so she says that her husband did not like weddings or anything like that, so she never really had the chance to wear a dress. It was also due to her own embarrassment, so they just filled the paperwork and got the marriage registered.
The mere imagination of seeing Msaki in a dress is more than enough to get our hero's intrusive thoughts running wild. He says that he has to see the curvy mom in a dress now, and it makes her all the more excited. She then realizes that she has actually lost a lot of muscle due to her wife duties. Msaki doubts if she can even swing a sword as hard as she used to before, because the only sword she's been craving since marriage has been of a different kind. Msaki then asks Siri if she and the other moms are going out with him on an adventure. He says yes, but reminds Msaki that he will be the one doing most of the fighting, so she does not need to worry about it. However, Misaki says that she used to be a night girl, so she must always stand on the front lines. If she is not able to do such a thing, then she will only become a hindrance for Ceres. She then tells our hero that she will put herself through some training in order to become a better fighter. This is not what Ceres wants, but it is what he'll have to accept as the curvy mom goes to an open space to catch up with the other mommies. Misaki apologizes for making everyone come here so suddenly, and Haruka comments that this is indeed quite a random call. However, Shizuko says that it's only natural for Misaki to take decisions so impulsively. The curvy mom says that she is doing this only because she has not been able to get any exercise done in the last few years. She wants to test out her current strength on a rock golem, which is rather surprising to Haruka. Shizuko has no problem with this, so she decides to give Misaki a defensive buff in order to ensure her safety. Seo stands by and says that she will be cheering for her mommy friend while sipping on some tea. Now, the rock golem shows up in front of the curvy mom, and it is quite dangerous indeed. She swings her sword with all her might and manages to make some sort of impact on the beast. However, it's only a bit tougher than a scratch, and Shizuko comments that Misaki would have been able to take down the monster with only a single blow if she was in her prime. The rock golem is in no mood to play, so it launches an attack on Misaki, but she is able to block it with her massive sword. However, this feels extremely heavy on her, which means she is quite rusty and needs assistance. Haruka can't just stand there and watch her friend struggle like this, so she prepares for battle and asks Shizuko to perform a defense buff on her as well. The mom wife does as she says, and then Haruka springs into action to help the berserker Black Knight. She tells Misaki that it's time to show the monster how two vanguards work together, and confesses that she just needed an excuse to move her body as well. She lands a swift strike on the rock golem, and this motivates Misaki to do better in order to impress her new husband. Shizuko comments that Misaki is the one who likes to lead the fighting straight on, while Haruka likes to disrupt the opponent's actions with her skills. While Haruka keeps the rock golem distracted, Misaki goes on a trip down memory lane. She tells us that her marriage was never smooth sailing right from the beginning. It did not matter what she did, Shudo would just not pay attention to her, although working out to become a muscle mommy may not be every man's cup of tea. Seeing her husband's indifference made Misaki question why she rushed into getting married in the first place. She had actually loved her time tending to the store with Ceres for company. After all, our hero would entertain her all the time by saying how much he loved her. He also said that he would come to take her for himself once he was all grown up, which goes on to prove that our hero does follow through. Anyway, Misaki says that she must become a strong woman who is deserving of Ceres' love. This is all it takes for her to get motivated and unleash her entire body's strength into one finisher move. It totally destroys the rock golem's leg and impresses the other moms. Shizuko says that this was a very strong attack, and Seo says that the berserker Black Knight may finally be getting some of her strength back. The curvy mom poses with her giant sword and says that no matter what the attacks may be, she will take them head on. She is also ready to take on Ceres and his feelings for her, which will definitely involve Head in some other way. Now, we move to our hero who has gone shopping for his latest mom wife. The shopkeeper decides to show him the best dress the store has to offer, and it turns out that Ceres had actually ordered for it to be made in a short period of time. He thanks the shopkeeper for doing such a great job and tips him extra for his efforts. Of course, no one is going to say no to such a generous tip, so the shopkeeper thanks Ceres for his patronage. It's quite late now, which means that Ceres will not be able to ride a horse back home. However, he does have enough stamina to return via his own strength. With that, he uses his air walk move and glides through the sky while thinking about Misaki. He says that the curvy mom is very kind and motherly, which reminds him a lot about Shizuko. However, there's something about Shizuko's aura that makes her look like a reincarnated person from long ago. Then we learn that the wife mom actually had a Japanese ancestor, which explains her Japanese name as well. Misaki does not have any kind of Japanese ancestry, and still, she has a classy appearance that gives off the vibes of purity and beauty. As a matter of fact, Siri feels that she is a Yamato-nade Shiko, who has such an open mind that she will accept anything with merit. Our hero believes that Misaki is not a healer, so she won't really get rid of any injuries, but she does look like the kind of mommy who would give you a nice hug in those soft pillows after a hard day's work. Now that he can take in such a cute and curvy babe as his wife, Siri is ready to do whatever it takes in order for her to be true to herself. On that note, our hero tells Misaki to wait for him because he is going to be the husband she never had. Now, we move back to Misaki, who is busy training with her sword. She comments that her weapon is in shambles, but that is expected because she has spent so many years without maintaining it. Suddenly, she hears Siri from behind and asks him where he had been all this time. He says that he had to take care of something, but more importantly, he has a request for Misaki. He wants her to come alone by herself to the church later at night, probably because this father wants to see her sin. Misaki is a bit confused, but Siri tells her that she can take her time. Misaki wonders what all of this was about, and to top it off, her lover boy looked very tired too. The curvy mom does not want to waste any more time, so she leaves her work and goes straight to the church. The door is unlocked, which comes as a surprise to her, and then she enters the church. Nobody should be here at this time, so Misaki calls out to Siri, hoping to find some answers. As she continues to call out to her new husband, the curvy mom stops in her tracks and is amazed by what is in front of her. It is none other than the beautiful dress our hero had bought earlier, and Misaki can't help but to keep gazing at it. The curvy mom is totally won over by this gesture, and she can't believe that she is back to wearing a dress at her age, although such attire is the standard for women her age back on Earth. After she is done getting ready, Misaki stands by herself as Siri slowly enters from the back door. He calls out to his new wife mom, and she turns around to ask him how she looks in her new dress. The curvy mom is nothing short of stunning, as her soft pillows and curvy curves would even make comic guzzlers lose its sense of thought. Siri is of course extremely pleased by what he is seeing, and his intrusive thoughts could probably put Diddy to shame right now. Our hero tells Misaki that she looks splendid and she thanks him while blushing uncontrollably. Siri says that he also wanted to get her a necklace as proof of their engagement, but he did not get the time to arrange for it. Misaki says she is extremely happy with what has already been done for her, but she wants to understand why Siri is doing so much for a mommy. Siri says that all of this is simply because he has always loved Misaki ever since he was a kid. Helping her out at the store gave him some of his most enjoyable memories, especially whenever he would get to see Misaki's lovely smile. Our hero has rizzed up his latest wife mom to a whole other level, and it brings tears to her eyes. On that note, Siri bends the knee and asks Misaki if she would like to marry him. There is no way under any possibility that she is going to say no to him, so Siri has officially collected the holy quartet of curvy moms. Misaki takes his hand, but something happens to Siri at this time, and he's feeling a bit woozy here. Eventually, our hero drops to the floor as he realizes that he might have used the airwalk move a bit too much while coming back home. With that, he passes out and only wakes up after some time. As he tries to figure out what happened, Siri can see that he is resting in Misaki's lap with a great view of her pillows. The curvy mom tells him to stay as he is, because he will need to rest after all his hard work. Misaki now says that she is so pleased by whatever Siri has done so far, that she has to give him something in return. It's quite obvious that her pillows and kitty will come into the equation now, but Siri tells her that she has paid him back plenty. Of course, he's only saying this to seem like a nice guy, but we all know that there's a diddler hiding inside every man of culture. Misaki tells our hero that he is making a very naughty face and his elephant is looking quite energetic as well. This reminds her of the time Siri would keep staring at her curvy body even back when he was a little kid. The shady look on his face cannot be mistaken for anything innocent, and it makes even Siri's lament how intrusive his thoughts can be. Our hero does not know how to react now, but Msaki is aware of his needs, so she asks him if he would like to. Only a fool would say no to this, and Siri's definitely looks like he is awakening his inner beast. Of course, it doesn't take long before Msaki starts to feel the heat, and Siri's is also in the same position. Msaki laughs and jokes that they might get into trouble for shady things while inside it, but that's not enough to stop the holy blessings of intrusive thoughts. What follows is a rather extreme session of events, and Msaki experiences true enlightenment by the end of it. She tells her lover boy that she has never pursued pleasure like this before, so she thanks him for making her happy. Now, they get ready to head back home, and Msaki states that she wants something more than a necklace. She needs a new sword and armor, because her current artillery is totally in shambles. She also tells Siri that she and the other moms will go on adventures with him so that they can make a much bigger name than Isekai'd and his girls. Since this is the case, they are going to be up against some really tough opponents. However, when that time arrives, Msaki would like to be the one who stands on the front lines. After all, protecting the people she loves is all she cares about. Siri can't really say anything to such a fine pair of pillows, so he looks at Msaki with shady eyes and accepts what she says. Now, they come back home and Shizuko declares that her husband has officially consummated his marriages with all four curvy moms. It's time to review the group's future plans, and the first task is to leave the village after formally marrying Siri. This way, Isekai'd and the other girls will not have a place to come back to. However, Shizuko notes that simply leaving the village may not be enough for her loser son to get an understanding of his responsibilities. Keeping that in mind, the second task is to have Siri accomplish more as an adventurer than the hero party. Haruka is ready for this mission, as are the other moms, but our hero has something on his mind. Shizuko notices this and asks her lover boy to tell his mom wives what he feels. He says that it's just been a while since he met Kazuma and the other past husbands of his current wife moms. Siri is thinking about how nice they were to him, but this only makes the curvy moms flip over to the dark side. They tell him that their previous husbands may have been nice to him, but that was not the case with them. Now that the wife moms have our hero Siri all to themselves, it's time for them to reveal the truth about their husbands. Haruka goes first and explains that she only went for an amicable separation from the cuck Kazuma because she didn't want any drama. There's also the fact that Siri looked at him like a big brother, but the truth of the matter is that Kazuma is a number scumbag. Haruka even goes on to state that his name might as well be Scumma at this point. This comes as a huge shocker to Siri, but this is just the tip as Seo explains how her husband Kaido may have loved to speak as if he was the peak male archetype, but the reality is that he is nothing more than a shameless moron. Seo wastes no time in calling Kaido trash, and as expected, our hero is not taking too well to these revelations. Msaki also tells him that her husband Shido is nothing more than a piece of junk who simply neglected his own child. We already know about Shizuko's story, so Siri is left wondering if all of it was just a big lie. To him, the husbands felt as if they were just acting like the bad guys to make the separation easier, but that does not seem to be the case. Now, Shizuko pulls out a pouch of coins and tells our hero that she has taken back the money he had given Kazuma. Of course, Siri is upset by this and he tells Shizuko that he had given Kazuma this money so that he could live out his dreams, which would probably involve watching his woman with another man. However, Haruka has had enough of this, so she slaps Siri and calls him a fool. Typical wife behavior has already started, but Siri wants to know why Haruka did this to him. She explains that he might be a kind and wonderful person, but there is no need to be giving Kazuma any money. Seo and Msaki also join in by saying those men don't deserve even a shred of gratitude. Siri is no sure how to react, but then Shizuko decides to talk some sense into him. She says that even if they assume the husbands to be good people, they did not pay Siri, which is a suspicious act. Siri says that he is the one who has stolen the wives from these men, so it's only normal for him not to get paid for it. However, the wife moms tell him to think it through. When our hero and the other members of his party got jobs, all of the parents got paid handsomely in gold. This money was supposed to be used for the families, but the husbands ended up keeping it all to themselves. Haruka had suggested keeping the money in a family budget or splitting it in half, but even then, Kazuma did not listen to her, and it's pretty much the same with the other men too. Shizuko tells Siri that she does not mean to deny his memories with the husbands, but he only experienced the nice side of their nature. After all, the husbands saw our hero with respect even as a child, which was why they helped him out so much. But when he came to take their wives, they did not even bother to share the rewards they had received earlier to support Siri. Our hero has a hard time coping with the truth because he does realize that what the husbands did was not right. However, he cannot deny the fact that these men still raised him, no matter what their reasons may have been. Now, Siri gets a bit cheesy and tells his wife moms there's nothing more he wants from the world other than to be with the four of them. Becoming a noble who lives in a fancy mansion with young wives may be Zek's way of becoming Hugh Hefner, but Siri is a man of culture, so he does not see that way of life to be appealing when he has his own mommy army in front of him. Living his life with these curvy mommies is far better than anything else he could have ever asked for. Siri tells the moms that when he had met them he was just a kid. No matter how much he loved them, he had to hold back on his passion because of their husbands. Despite this, he could still not look at any other younger girls the same way, probably because Drake was already doing that. This is why his only option was to have the husbands willingly hand over their wives to him. Everyone becomes emotional over this speech, especially when Siri says that for him to get even one of these curvy mommies was a dream come true. Yet now, he has all four of them standing in front of him, just like a miracle come true. Our hero says that even 10,000 gold coins would fall pale in comparison to the idea of him being able to live the rest of his life with his wife moms. After all, with pillows and kitties like theirs, these mommies have given Siri all the treasures of the world he could have ever asked for. Shizuko wipes away her tears and agrees with Siri regarding their happiness being the most important thing right now. She holds our hero's arm and says that her husband and Zek don't matter to her now at all. However, she quickly turns over to the dark side and says that she really wanted to punish the men for what they had done. Now, the other mommies reveal that their ex-husbands will soon be buying slaves for themselves with the money they refused to share with Siri. Msaki adds that their kids will have no place in the little nest their husbands are going to make with these slave girls. Shizuko takes great pride in the fact that at least the kids will realize how much better Siri is than them. This act of revenge is good enough for the mommies who at this point look scarier than the devil himself. Siri laments that all his attempts to pacify his wife moms have fallen flat on his face. On top of that, it looks like Shizuko is simply getting angrier by the second, wanting to get revenge not just on her own husband, but the other husbands as well. Seo asks Shizuko about her own ex-husband Zektor, who at this point should have already lost his life in the mines. She smiles like a cute mommy but says that she actually wanted to do it with her own hands, which obviously makes Siri feel like he's married a bunch of psychos. Our hero can't deal with such violent discussions, so he heads over to the neighboring town so that he can sort out his thoughts alone. He tells us that the does not really hold a grudge against Zekt or any of the ex-husband, but the problem is that if he decides against revenge, then his wife mommies will get upset. Our hero needs to think of something to keep his dear wives happy, but he still does not know the answer to that question. Now, he finds himself near a slave market where a happy customer is walking out with his new slave girl. Siri figures that the ex-husbands will also be buying young slaves like this, and they will make sure to match them to their personal tastes. That's when Siri realizes that he can still convince Shizuko and the other mommies to take the peaceful way out before their ex-husbands buy new slaves. However, for this to happen without any ill feelings, Siri will need to visit someone important. It's none other than Count Gamer Yuta, who is the feudal lord of our hero's hometown, Jamuna. Count Gamer greets Ceres after a long time and says that he has heard our hero has become a dragon slayer now. Ceres does not want to beat around the bush for too long, so he decides to show the Count what he has come here for. He offers water dragon scales, which are known to be rare items, costing as much as 100 gold coins for one. Count Gamer makes his offer, but Ceres says he doesn't want any money for these scales. He reveals that these scales were at the base of the neck of the first ever dragon he had slain. Since he had a debt of gratitude to the Count, he decided to offer him the scales. However, Gamer says that he cannot accept such valuable items for free in good conscience. He also doesn't remember doing anything too outlandish for our hero. Ceres reminds him that it was because of his good ruling that he could be loved by the people of his village despite being an orphan. The Count becomes emotional, but then he tells Ceres to spit out what he's really come here for. Our hero tells the Count about Zector, who had gotten sentenced to the mines for tax evasion. He then states that he will pay Zector's share of the taxes and only wants him to be freed. Count Gamer is surprised by this request because Zector has a rotten reputation in the whole town. He asks Ceres if this is really what he wants, to which our hero says yes. Mainly, he needs Zector as part of his own revenge plan, but he also wants to pay him back for taking care of him when he was a child. The Count is not sure if this is even a hard bargain, so he allows Zector to be forgiven in exchange for the dragon scales. Our hero is glad that Zector will not lose his life in the mines, although he could probably be in store for a fate lot worser than death with Shizuko. Now, Zector is brought before our hero and he looks quite miserable. He apologizes to our hero for all his sins, but Ceres simply tells him it's time to return to the village. On their way, he asks Zector why he had to go and sell Shizuko the way he did. After all, if Zector really wanted to sell Shizuko, our hero would have been the first one in line to buy her. Zector remembers making a promise similar to this back when Ceres was a kid, but he says once again that he had succumbed to temptation and done horrible things. Ceres reveals that by matter of fate, he was able to find Shizuko and make her his wife. Zector does not know what to say to this, but then Ceres asks him if he regrets his actions, to which he instantly says yes. Our hero tells the shamed ex-husband that if he really regrets what he has done, then he should go and apologize to Shizuko. He does not ideally want these two to meet, but it's important for Zector to be able to live in this village if Ceres wants his revenge plan to come true. He realizes that he will have to explain the long-term vision of the plan to Shizuko later, but for now, Zector asks him for a favor. He wants Ceres to stay by his side when he meets Shizuko, but our hero instantly refuses because he too is scared of his wife Mommy. He then pushes Zector forward to become a temporary punching bag for Shizuko. She greets our hero with a blushing smile, and she can notice someone else with him, so she asks who it is. Of course, once she realizes that it is Zector, Shizuko awakens the demon lurking inside her. She looks so scary that even Sukuna would want to avoid getting in her way at this moment. Now, the wife mom puts on the look of a demon and asks her ex-husband if he is ready to meet the consequences of his actions.
Has clearly awakened a monster that would make the devil himself tremble in fear. She looks at Zector straight in the eyes and oozes evil intentions as she tells him he has a lot of guts to even show his face around here. After all, he spent all his money on alcohol and gambling, only to sell his own wife to a slave trader to try to make some more cash. Ceres wants no part in this, so he walks away from the scene, and Shizuko taunts Zector, asking him if he will be able to survive till the time our hero returns. Meanwhile, Haruka, Seo, and Msaki wonder what has happened to Shizuko, after which they learn that it's to do with Zector returning. Naturally, this makes them upset, and they ask why a trash boy like Zector is here. Seeing the wrath of these women scorned makes Ceres feel lucky that he is the one they want to unleash a different kind of fury on. He tells his wife moms that he has brought Zector here as a tool to be used to get revenge on the other husbands as well. Of course, before that can happen, He has brought him here so that Shizuko can take care of him first. Our hero then tells the mommies that they can do whatever they want to Sektor, but maintains that they cannot take his life. This makes the mommies very happy, but the same cannot be said for Sektor. Anyway, Shizuko and her mommy gang decide to torture him for as long as they can, and not in the 50 Shades of Grey kind of way. The viewers of Comic Guzzlers are not people of violence, so we get shifted to a calm scene where such shocking acts are not in view. Ceres is calmly chilling and looking at the sky while we hear a lot of stomping and other godforsaken activities. As Sektor continues to get thrashed, Ceres thinks of how puzzling his life is. The people who loved him back when he was a kid are all basically his childhood moms who have now become his mommy wives. Of course, no one can deny the fact that Ceres is a mommy milk lover, and he has no shame in admitting that. It was love at first sight, and even though others may not believe him, he knows that such feelings can actually blossom. Anyway, he decides not to postpone the inevitable any longer and go ahead with his plan. Of course, he has to consider the fact that the torture of Sektor is still going on, and does not look like it will stop anytime soon. Some more time passes by, and we finally see Sektor, but his face looks like he has just seen the devil himself. Ceres panics upon seeing him and rushes to check if his uncle is still alive. Shizuko smiles like a psycho and tells her lover boy that all is well, because Sektor has been healed by magic. The mommies did reveal though that he almost lost his life once. So Ceres laments that women who act like goddesses on one hand can also be so cruel and merciless on the other. In all fairness though, it does seem like Sektor deserved at least 80% of the torture due to his past actions. Now, Ceres takes his uncle to the village chief so that he can formally apologize for whatever he has done in the past. The village chief accepts the apology and then lets Sektor live in an old house. From the looks of it, he is now repenting his past actions and doing his best to restart his life. Our hero then goes to his mommy wives and tells them that he is going to the city tomorrow in order to take revenge in his own way. He promises to come back after he is done with his preparations, and he also tells the mommies that they can trust him. We quickly move to the next day now, where Ceres has taken the other husbands to some kind of camp where they will get to meet slave girls. The useless husbands don't quite understand why our hero is doing this for them, but he simply tells the orc man to open the store and display his goods. This orc man is an adventurer who owns a harem of slave girls and also happens to be the middleman when it comes to selling them off to shady men with intrusive thoughts. Kazuma tells Ceres that buying a slave will cost the men a lot of money, but he tells him that he is worried about all the men remaining single for the rest of their lives. This is why he would like to give them presents as a token of his gratitude for being allowed to violate their wives. While this makes the other husbands very happy, Sektor says that it would not be a good idea to include him in this as well. However, Ceres tells him that he used to be a nice person before his intrusive thoughts took over him. This is why he wants Sektor to treat his new wife properly, just like he had been nice to Ceres when he was a kid. This, of course, has nothing to do with the shady activities he will be doing with his wife, as that would turn this gathering into a ditty party. The orc man does not care about character arcs, as he is just here to sell his goods. On that note, he wishes to introduce the best slave girls brought to you by presenting sponsor Ceres. The useless husbands gaze in amazement as we see some really cute and curvy girls, all of who Comic Guzzlers hopes are of legal age. The main lot of slave girls includes Naji, Mary, Eleanor, Charlotte, and Chihua. One look at them is more than enough for any man of culture to be smitten. And then we move to the village chief's house where we can see that even he has been given a slave girl. The old man can finally feel his elephant again, so he tells Ceres that he should take over from him, but our hero is not interested in any additional roles right now. Shizuko shows up now, and she asks what the meaning is of all this. Haruka agrees with her sentiment because all of the husbands seem to be very happy with their young, energetic wives. Our hero has to sit down and explain the whole thing to his mommy wives, and he starts off with the village chief. Choosing an elf girl for him was mainly to make Zek sad because a hero cannot marry or have any kind of relationships with a demi-human. Plus, heroes can't really own slaves, so even if Zek wanted to do so, he couldn't. By making the village chief have such a babe, Zek would only get upset and jealous over the whole thing. Shizuko may understand this part, but she still does not get why Zector has been given such a cute cat girl. The story for this is a bit funny, so Siri tells Shizuko to buckle up for the truth. Basically, Zector's new wife comes from the most jealous race of demi-humans. Due to this, it can be said for sure that cheating will not be an option for the cheating husband. Shizuko gets it because from now on, if Zector is caught lacking, then he will be given tons of punches and kicks from his new wife. If things get really bad, then he might even end up losing a few crucial inches, which would be the worst possible punishment for any man spread across the infinite multiverse. In order to understand why the cat girl is like this, we see her talking to Siri and telling him that she simply wishes to be in an environment where she is loved the most. It might be odd to become a Talon, but she can't help her instincts, which is why she has found herself in the slave trade. Now, our hero states that the reason he has chosen someone as crazy as the cat girl is because he wishes to get revenge for Zector selling Shizuko away. With him never being able to cheat again, it seems like a fair enough atonement for someone who just can't help his intrusive thoughts. Even though Siri feels bad for his childhood friends, who are quite beautiful as well, he has to make sure they are brought into line. Now, Siri asks the mommies to imagine a scenario wherein Zek finds out his father has married a cat girl who is the same age as the girls he himself is getting with. This would be rather disgusting from multiple angles, and God forbid if Zek ever walks in on Zector getting all of that kitty cat. It will be a bit difficult for Zector to remain faithful, but Siri still has faith in him to do better as a human being. Now that Shizuko's situation has been addressed, Haruka comes to Siri next and tells him what he intends to do with the couple Kazuma has created. Siri says that he has chosen a maid who used to work in a noble family as Kazuma's new wife because she would not be his ideal person. This is due to the fact that Kazuma is the type to enjoy girls who behave like younger sisters, which is a bit creepy to be honest. Kazuma prefers girls who can take on multiple tasks, such as cooking, cleaning, and accounting. Eventually, he will get very annoyed by the maid girl, and will have no other choice but to start taking on more work for himself. This solves Haruka's issue too, so now it's Seo's turn. Her husband Kaido has been given a former mercenary as a new wife, who had told Siri she only likes to fight and use her body. This woman is more aggressive than Kaido, and can even break his limbs due to her knowledge of various fighting styles. Kaido will not be able to resist this woman, and will eventually have to be more understanding of her needs. This means he will have to become a calmer man, unlike what he was with Seo. She gets it now, and states that Kaido must always be in a family that has fights. Siri says that Seo was very kind and obedient as a wife, which made Kaido look down on her a lot. However, with a skilled fighter in his house, there will be a lot of talking that will be done with fists and not in a shady way. Due to this, Siri hopes that Kaido's oppressive nature will improve in general, thus making Seo happy. Now it's time for Msaki, who has realized that even her husband would have been given some kind of oddball as a wife. Our hero states that Shudo's new wife is the daughter of a former nobleman who is very knowledgeable, but most importantly very evil, so Shudo will not be able to match her personality. Since Shudo is not the strongest man in the world, he will not be able to use his strength either, which means he shall essentially become her slave boy. As a matter of fact, she has even been given the nickname of the evil daughter, which serves as a sufficient explanation. Msaki realizes that Shudo's life shall now descend into chaos, which does put a subtle smile on her face. Siri knows that Msaki is very pure and direct, unlike Shudo who is biased, thus making them incompatible with each other. He remembers the evil daughter telling him that she is a torturer and likes to use substances too, but will probably not resort to lethal poison, with a huge emphasis on the word probably. Due to this, Shudo's pride will get crushed, and he will hopefully become a bit humbler and more open. The mommies are quite taken aback by Siri's and his methods, but he says that he is mainly looking towards bending everyone's nature. That isn't all either, as the mommies ask about the kids as well, all of whom have betrayed Siri's in some way or the other. However, at this very moment, the mommies realize something very important and striking about the girls who have been chosen as the wives of their past husbands. They look awfully familiar because these girls are the same age and have similar faces to the daughters of the husbands. This means that if the girls do come back home, they will most likely find their fathers getting their freak on with girls who look just like them. This is quite disturbing when you look at the psychology of it, but that just goes on to show how twisted our hero actually is in the head. Moreover, the daughters won't be able to come home with pride if their real moms are not there anymore. And even though the husbands may not know it yet, they will soon realize what kind of trap they have fallen into. This is definitely enough of a punishment for them and their daughters, plus Zector has already been beaten down enough to have been given a lesson in becoming top husband material. Siri's tells his mommies that they will leave the village together now, so that the daughters and son will not have anyone to go to. This means Siri's and his mommy harem can peacefully live with each other at the capital. It's definitely an idea that works, and our hero has just shown his curvy mommies that his wit alone is enough to deserve an endless supply of milk. Shizuko is totally on board with spending life together at the capital, but Haruka says they will first need to find a room that can accommodate 5 people. Seo wants to get a suite, but Msaki says that will be quite expensive for them. Siri says it's fine because he will make money from hunting to support his mommies. He just hopes at the end of the day, all the shameless husbands will be forgiven for their sins. Haruka tells our hero not to act so cool all by himself, as even she will help him out. That's when Seo whispers into her ears that she definitely knows of one way that can help out a man of culture like Siri's. She is obviously referring to endless nights of shady activities and unspeakable acts that may. The men of culture at Comic Guzzlers would also agree to this, although even they might feel the use of the word mommy is being used a bit too frequently now. Haruka tells Seo that it wasn't what she personally had in mind, and worries that even if it's the mommy lover series, for moms might be a bit too much for him to handle. Of course, she does not know what lengths men of culture can go to in order to satisfy curvy babes, and Shizuko explains that Siri's can do it all as he is a young boy with a strong elephant. Msaki also holds on to him and states that she will sleep next to him every night. The women now argue over whether they should all sleep in the same bed with Siri's or if it would be better to do it turn by turn. It's the perfect situation for our hero, because all of us watching the video are simply saying it should have been me, not him. Seo sneakily says that she will be the one sleeping on top of Siri's, but the other mommies argue with her because she can't just randomly reach that conclusion by herself. Now, after a night filled with all kinds of debauchery, we move to the next day where Siri's and his mommy harem leave the town. They bid farewell to the past husbands and the village chief, who wishes for the force to be with them, more specifically Siri's. As the group now makes their way to the capital in a carriage, our hero states that there is still one matter which has been kept silent this whole time. It's the possibility that Zec'd may not even come back to the town if he manages to defeat the demon lord. If he does that, then he will instantly become a noble or a prince for sure. The young girls will also be shocked when they come back to the village, but they will most definitely never return after that. Of course, all of this is dependent on the whether they are able to defeat the Demon King, because if that is not the case, then their lives will not be so easy to live. Meanwhile, we shift to Zec'd and his babes, all of whom are struggling quite a bit. They are living in a trashy room and the fake hero wonders how all of it has come to this. Zec'd comes to the realization that even with all 4 of them working together, His party is still unable to do what Ceres would accomplish by himself for all of them. They are not even able to coordinate their battles precisely, which is rather shameful. The party could take down ogre kings like a piece of cake before, but now they are giving them a hard time due to their lack of coordination. Keeping all of this in mind, there is only thing that's left for Zek to do, so he says sorry to the girls in advance. The girls seem to know what he is about to say, as somebody will have to go after Ceres to try and get him back. Zek acknowledges this, although it is clearly hurting his pride to admit it. Maria says that she is willing to offer herself to Ceres, but also says that Zek can only offer her or Lita to our hero. After all, Mel was the one who hurt his feelings the most, considering she was the closest to him back when he was a part of the group. Mel even refers to Ceres as her former lover, although we are sure they haven't done anything remotely close to what our hero has already done to her mom. Mel also realizes this, and she would like to offer her heartfelt apologies to Ceres as well. Zek then tells the girls that he does not have time to fuss about this, and if Ceres were to say so, then he would happily offer up all three of them in order to get him back. The girls are a bit nervous after hearing this, but they are not being too dramatic about it, which means that they too have realized Ceres was the main member of the gang. Zek laments the fact that in this world, the saint, the sage, and the sword saint are nothing more than merely dirty village girls at this point. If he himself were to rank women as top, middle, or bottom, then Lita, Mel, and Maria would not even be in the middle but rather right at the bottom. He is hopeful that once the party is reunited to its former glory, they will be able to slay the Demon King, meaning Zek will get to marry princesses while also keeping noble girls as concubines. He is ready to hand over his currently dirty girls to Ceres instantly because he is sure that it would definitely make him want to come back. Of course, he has no idea that our hero is currently plowing his mom in ways he can't even imagine. Lita sits down and reflects on how she had always hated Ceres right from when they were kids. Her parents really liked him a lot, which made Lita even angrier and caused her to be extra mean to him. Despite this, Ceres never got mad at her, meaning he has a big and kind heart. After realizing her mistakes, she tells Zek that she would actually be happier with Ceres rather than him. Mel also considers herself to be a fool because she became so blind-sided by being a side piece of the hero that she ended up hurting someone who was precious to her. She then confesses that even though she called Ceres her lover, he is actually more of a combination between a father and a brother to her. As a matter of fact, when Mel was afraid that Zek would not choose her, she had gone to Ceres for advice, and he had reassured her that even if she finds herself alone, he would always be there for her. With this in mind, Mel wants Ceres and her to be a proper couple this time. Maria then tells Zek that she did not like him at first, but gave in to his enthusiasm and started dating him. She eventually did fall for the fake hero, but if he is going to dump her so easily, then he should not have tried hitting on her in the first place. It's rather frustrating for Maria because she had actually liked Ceres first before Zek. Talking to our real hero makes her feel as if she is talking to someone older, which makes her feel at ease. Maria is now certain that she would be much better off being the wife of Ceres rather than Zek. The team has made their decision now, so they get dressed and head over to the church to make a request. They need to make contact with Ceres, but in a rather strange twist, they are denied by the churchman. He states that the king has given the royal decree that a hero cannot fall back or stand still, but can only advance forth. This is not at all ideal for Zek, so he asks the churchman why this is such a big deal. After all, he is just going to go pick Ceres up, but then he is told to take a look around him. Zek notices a lot of refugees from nearby villages who are in desperate need of a new home. If the prophesied hero had not stayed still in this town, then their villages would not have been destroyed by orcs. The kids are now without their parents due to errors from the hero party, which makes the girls feel horrible. Maria then looks at Zek and he realizes that this was a big blunder on his part. He thinks of leaving tomorrow, but instantly changes his mind and says that they will leave right now. In his mind, though, he curses his luck because he only wants to experience the comfortable side of being a hero. Now, we shift back to the real hero of this story, who has checked into a rather luxurious suite with his mommy harem. They sure seem to like it, and then Haruka tells Msaki to help her join the beds. Seo is happy to say that this is going to be the love nest for all 5 party members, and Shizuko seems to like the term. Siri says that it's already gotten quite late, so they should just take turns going to the bath and then go to sleep. Of course, this kind of statement would only work if this was a story for kids, so the curvy mommies tell him that even if he is tired from the trip, he has a long night ahead of him. Shizuko now leans in on her lover boy and says that it's about time she finally gets to do the unspeakable with him. The look in her eyes is exactly like that of a wild cougar waiting to pounce on its prey. So our hero has to prepare for extra shoddiness tonight. In the middle of this, the other mommies tell Shizuko not to go into her own little world with Siri, as they will all have to share him. The night lamp comes on, which can only mean one thing, and then our hero acts out his intrusive thoughts with Shizuko. Once she is done, then Haruka jumps in next, after which Seo says she also wants to a creamy load of elephant mayonnaise. Siri is a warrior of unbelievable potential, as we see Msaki joining in to form the perfect fivesome. Things get really hot and steamy, but all of a sudden, Siri tires out and falls on top of Msaki. Our hero has been doing all the work by himself, so to do all of this after a long trip has put him at his limit. It's not an ideal situation, but the men of culture at Comic Guzzlers applaud him for his efforts. Several days later, we see the curvy moms chilling inside a hot spring, but Haruka wonders if this is really all right as they are not doing anything while Siri is out doing all the work. Msaki says that it can't be helped since our hero loves them so much, but Haruka maintains that she wants to hunt with her lover boy. She knows that Siri is currently hunting a dragon so that he can afford this kind of lifestyle for his mommy wives. The others say that Siri would not want any of his loved ones to get hurt, and he'd rather be happy if they all stayed beautiful for him. Haruka gets that, but she still does not like the fact that Siri will not let them help him. Msaki once again says that they will just polish themselves as women to please their lover boy as they can't do much else. Seo relaxes and says that they will get a first-class lunch after this, but Haruka scolds the both of them for being so lazy. Later, when Siri comes back home, Haruka leads the way as she demands for him to let the mommies help him out. To their complete and utter surprise, our hero says yes without even competing against that logic. They do not understand how Siri has become so accommodating all of a sudden, so he explains that he has saved up enough money through his efforts to buy them the necessary gear to fight. What exactly does our hero have in mind for his mommy harem? And how is Isekai'd going to react after he learns of what Siri has been doing to all the moms? Like, share, and subscribe if you like wife moms and want me to continue the story. Give this video at least 40k views and I'll make sure to make the next part. Okay then, I'll see you in the next one. Hearing Siri say this makes Shizuko ask her lover boy exactly how many dragons he has taken down all by himself. He says that he must have at least beaten all the dragons across the border. This included the Boulder Dragon, the Water and Ice Dragon, the Storm King Dragon, as well as smaller dragons and wyverns. Shizuko is shocked, as are Haruka, Msaki, and Seo, because they have no idea what they are going to do with so much money. Anyway, our hero says that he got someone to make hunting equipment for his mommies, so it's time to go pick them up. Shizuko gets a nice outfit with a staff, and then Siri explains that he got a craftsman from a country called Kohani to make it. Haruka gets some cool equipment too, as do Seo and Msaki, meaning all the mommies are grateful to their boy toy. Msaki asks whether they will be hunting wyverns right now, but Siri says that it's been a while since they went out hunting, so they should start with ogres. The team then heads to the mountains where we see a whole bunch of ogres charging at them. Our hero is a bit surprised because he knows Shizuko is supposed to be the healer mom, but she casts a strange spell that knocks out all the ogres in one blow. Siri is shocked by what he sees, but then Seo explains that this is a spell Shizuko made all by herself. Normally, healers give life force, but Shizuko decided to pull an Uno reverse and take the life force from her enemies instead. Of course, this is a scary skill because drying up like a raisin is one of the worst ways to go. Seo says this as she now commands all the ogres as her slaves, so Siri says that absolute zero is also one of the worst ways to go. Both Haruka and Msaki have fun going through the ogres as they smash their way through them with complete dominance. They get done quite quickly, and the moms are not happy that this didn't even amount to a warm-up for them. Seeing this is enough for our hero to conclude that his mommy babes are stronger than Isekai'd. Shizuko says that this is not true at all because they can't deal with dragons and giant monsters. As far as ogres are concerned, it's not a problem for them, but even so, our hero states that his mommies weren't even fighting at full force. So, not being good with larger beasts does not mean they can't hunt them. This leads him to the same question once again. Why did these muscle mommies quit being adventurers in the first place? Shizuko smiles and says that it's very simple. They all got tired of what they were doing. The mommies were supposed to be fighting for the people, but they ended up fighting with the people and they got scared. In the quest to become normal citizens, they all decided to quit being adventurers. Plus, there are lots of problems traveling as a group of 4 curvy women. After all, in a world ruled by men, it would be tough got 4 mommies to make their mark. Anyway, it's time to go home, especially because Ceres doesn't want to fight a king ogre after taking care of hundreds of regular ones. Seo is amused to hear this, as she points out to a raisin corpse and says this was the ogre king. Shizuko took him down with just one blow, which shocks our hero even further. She smiles like an innocent mommy, but Ceres is now convinced that his babes could actually be stronger than him too. Their power freaks him out, so he figures he better not do anything to make them angry, although we're sure he's stronger than them if he has to be. Meanwhile, we see a monster reporting for duty and telling his master that they are being hunted down one after the other. He also mentions all the dragons that have been taken down, so the master asks what kind of army was able to do this. However, the monster reveals that the dragons were all taken down by just one hero, which shocks the master. He calls out to a villain, revealed to be the Black Dragon. He states that he can't allow such a person to roam around freely, so he entrusts the Black Dragon to take care of it. He also states that if there is no other option, then he should feel free to take our hero's life too. This puts a smile on the Black Dragon's face. As the Black Dragon walks down the stairs, he laments that his master, named Bauer, is getting old over the years. After all, he's asking someone as powerful as him to hunt down a mere mortal. This is the same beast who was able to slaughter the hero and his entire country around 1200 years ago. Keeping that in mind, the Black Dragon complains that he now has to go and squash little bugs. However, he can't go against his master because even though Bauer is old, he's still the ruler of Hades. Even the Black Dragon, who can take the life of the goddess, is no match for Bauer, which means we have finally got our main villain of the story. Anyway, the Black Dragon wants to be done with this as soon as possible because he wants to go out and get wasted, as he seems to be an alcohol enthusiast. Now, we move back to Ceres, who seems to know that someone has been following him recently. What's more is that the presence of this being is absolutely tremendous. Even though our hero is with his mommies, they can't feel any of the bloodlust that this being has for their lover boy. Ceres does not want his mommies to get involved in this mess, so he tells them he is going out for shopping and will be back soon. The mommies don't suspect anything, so they tell Ceres to have a nice trip. Now, our hero steps out into an open area and calls out to the one following him. The Black Dragon shows himself and is impressed that Ceres was able to identify him. Our hero says that it wasn't really that hard, considering how strong his murderous intent was. As for the terrifying aura he is emitting, Siri wants to know if this man is one of the 4 heavenly kings, or perhaps the demon lord himself. These comparisons make the black dragon offended, so he decides to transform into his true body. He says that he is no schmuck, and is the strongest of the 5 great dragon lords, all of whom are royalty. He does not even want to be compared to demons because he thinks too low of them. Siri figures that this is true because to a dragon lord, even the demon king is nothing more than a small fry. Our hero does not want any trouble, so he bows down to the black dragon and asks how he can be of assistance. The black dragon says he knows how Siri has slain multiple dragons, so he commends his strength. Siri says it's an honor to hear such words, but the black dragon is not here to be his cheerleader. With the greatest respect that he can give a human, the black dragon challenges our hero to a duel. He says that even though dragons respect the strong, Siri has slain way too many of them to be let off easy, so a duel is the only compromise he can give him. Siri tells the black dragon that a novice like himself could never match a duel master like him. The black dragon doesn't take too kindly to these words, so he says that they will fight in this forest mountain, where there is a crater at the top. The black dragon wishes to make it fair for Siri, so he gives himself a handicap. If our hero is able to escape the forest, he will win, even if he doesn't fight or beat the black dragon. Also, he will not turn into a dragon for the fight, so those are the rules. Now, it's time to take Siri to the battle spot, so the black dragon transforms and carries our hero to the crater. Meanwhile, we see Shizuko and the others talking about their lover boy. They seem to know that Siri had something on his mind when he made his exit, and they are worried for him. They get that he was trying his best not to make them worry, but they can't leave him alone like this. They realize that Siri went in the direction of the forest, so they put on all their gear and go out to look for him. However, Bauer shows up out of nowhere and tells the mommies not to disturb them as the game is in progress. The mommies can sense his aura, but they demand to know if he is the one after their lover boy. Bauer thinks these women are being a bit too confident in front of him, so he turns into his dragon form, which is truly a terrifying sight to behold. He then looks at the mommies and tells them that his business is with Siri, and he does not believe in pointless killing, so it would be best if they got lost from here. All the mommies get super scared of Bauer in his true form, as they realize they can't do anything to him. Shizuko can only hope for Siri to be all right, and then we see the black dragon searching for our hero as he launches his attacks. The fire blasts are strong enough to melt rocks, which makes our hero even more concerned. The black dragon then says that he does not want to toy around with our hero any longer, so he better come and fight before he melts every rock in this forest. He then brings out his dragon wings and flies to the top to locate Siri, but our hero calls him out because he has used his dragon transformation, which is against the rules he had set himself. The black dragon realizes that Siri is right, so he reverts to human form and says it was his mistake to do that. Our hero takes this chance to make a run for it, because the only way he can make it out is if he escapes the forest. However, the black dragon catches up to him in no time and says that he is way too slow. Siri is left with no other choice, so he brings out a bag full of something and throws it onto the black dragon's eyes. This seems to hurt him really bad, and he slows down. Siri says that poison runs the risk of being neutralized by magic, so he used the powder of the hottest chili and wasabi he could get his hands on. This exploits the weakness of magic as it can't be nullified, and now the black dragon can't move at all. Siri senses his chance to escape, so he uses his air walk skill to make it out of the forest. Our hero is almost at the finish line, but before he can make it, the black dragon lands a strike with his dragon claws and says that he's really pushed his buttons now. Siri is told to go and die, but he notices that the black dragon has transformed once again, Plus, he has reached the end of the forest. Our hero is on the ground and seems lifeless, making the black dragon lament that he had cheated once again by using his dragon claws. He admits defeat and proclaims Ceres to be the winner, but he can't do anything about a person who is already dead. The least he can do is grant our hero the honor of having bested a dragon lord. So he puts his hand into his own body, which is super crazy. The black dragon says that Ceres is indeed the winner, so he will give his own liver and blood to him as proof of his victory, which gives the black dragon some crazy aura points. However, whether this ends up in failure for our hero is up to him now. The black dragon leaves the scene, and our hero lies on the ground, lifeless. This really can't be the end for our hero, but for now, we shift to the mommies who have decided to take on Bauer, despite being no match for him. They're all getting a bad feeling about Ceres, so they decide to go in with everything they've got. Haruka uses her Gale Drill while Msaki unleashes her Fire Claw. But these moves, even when used together, do absolutely nothing to Bauer, who looks at the mommies like little flies. They can't believe that their attacks were utterly useless against him, and Seo laments that a Hades dragon is an elite-level being with divine class. However, Haruka says that if they don't do something, then Ceres is going to be in trouble. Shizuko comes up with an idea, although it's a risky one. She presents a request to Bauer and asks him to overlook them. However, she also asks for him not to end Ceres, which seems to upset the Hades dragon. It looks like he has realized what has happened in the duel and is angry with the black dragon for losing. He vanishes and tells the mommies to head to the top of the mountain. They rush towards their lover boy as fast as they can, but they notice that he is on the ground, without any sign of life. They try to wake him up multiple times, hoping that their lover boy has not left them, and as it turns out, he does happen to speak. Shizuko and the others are relieved to see this. But what's strange is that even though his clothes are stained with blood, Ceres does not have any visible injuries or wounds. Ceres remembers that the black dragon had clawed him from behind and taken his life, but he does not understand how he has survived. He also recalls having a dream where he met his mom who had passed away when he was little. He also saw a man who looked like his dad, although it had been so long since he passed away that our hero couldn't even remember his face. Ceres told them that he married all of his mommies, which comes as a shock to them, especially because these are all the moms of his friends. Of course, the men of culture at Comic Guzzlers salute our boy for being the Ultra Giga Chad. Without knowing anything else, Ceres got sent away to a place where he was getting bowed down to and being called one of the rulers of the underworld. Basically, it looks like Ceres is dragon royalty now. This is all a bit too confusing for our hero, but the important thing is that he's back and he is sure that the dragons will not be coming for his life again. Our hero truly appreciates the value of life now, as he has experienced what it's like to lose it. The mommies ask Ceres if he can stand, and he does, but his clothes are all in tatters. His body is kind of muddied up too, so he says he will buy some new clothes and head home after taking a bath at the hot spring. The mommies are not fine with this because they feel they should just go with him. He says that he's fine and then he leaves for the hot spring. Over here, our hero comments that something strange is going on. His body has no wounds and he's feeling strangely hot from within. This is not like the fever kind of hot or even the intrusive thoughts kind of heated. As a matter of fact, it's more like Ceres is now filled with some kind of fighting spirit. The biggest issue, and by that we literally mean biggest issue, is that of his lower body. Ceres is in really cold water right now, but even then, his elephant seems to be active. The other me watch on, as something seems to be up with our hero's elephant trunk, but we don't know exactly what. From the looks of it, maybe his elephant has now turned into a dragon. Ceres changes into new clothes and heads back home, but he is worried about his lower body now. Ever since his battle with the black dragon, his elephant doesn't seem to be at rest, which means it has turned into a dragon. He knows that his mommies will worry for him if he's late, so it would be better to head home right now. Shizuko and the others greet their lover boy with smiles and ask if his body is fine. He says he's good now, but wants to know how the mommies were able to find where he was. They reveal that they ran into the Hades Dragon Bower while searching for Ceres, and he told them where to look for their lover boy before vanishing. This was strange indeed, but it's not like they could stand a chance fighting him either. Ceres is just glad that his mommies didn't get hurt or anything, and he also feels that the dragons won't come for him any longer. All of this is fine, but Seo notices that Ceres has been hunched over for a while. Our hero says that he can't calm his elephant down, which does surprise the mommies. They take a closer look at it and notice that the elephant has indeed become much bigger, like a dragon. They don't know what's gotten their lover boy so worked up, but they promise to make him calm down as they'll be putting in a lot of work tonight. This is exactly why the men of culture at Comic Guzzlers come to watch Ceres. But he worries that he may let out the beast inside him. He may not be gentler with his mommies today, but they say they're ready for it, and he should just let it all out. After all, he's always putting himself in the danger zone for them, so the least they can do is take care of them. Of course, they don't know that the beast inside their lover boy is a dragon, and he lets himself loose without any hesitation. This does happen to be a bit too much for the mommies, and they aren't able to keep up with him, even if it's 4 against 1. This goes on and on for a very long time, and it does not matter how long he goes for, as Ceres just can't calm down. The next day arrives, and all the mommies are completely drained, and are not even being able to move. Shizuko says being rough is nice, but this is way too much. Haruka, Seo, and Msaki are completely elated, but have nothing left to give Ceres and apologize for not being able to keep up with him. Our hero says he has finally calmed down, but can keep going if he feels like it. What's more is that he's not even sleepy or tired, so he wonders what has happened to his body. He does feel hungry though, so it's time to have some food. He goes to a restaurant and orders multiple steaks, which is something only an orc man can devour. However, Ceres finishes them off with ease and asks for another 10, which shocks one and all. He keeps going on and on, until all the meat in the restaurant is over. The chefs ask him to spare them, and he feels bad for overdoing it. Now, it's time for combat, as our hero figures his body is a lot more toned now than it was before. No matter how many times he swings his blade, he just doesn't get tired, so he wonders if he has gotten unlimited stamina now. Suddenly, a rock dragon shows up, so Ceres prepares for combat, although he would prefer not to see any more of these beasts after his encounter with the black dragon. To his surprise though, the rock dragon bows down to him and calls him his king. This is all being done without speaking, which means they are speaking telepathically. Ceres tells the rock dragon that he is just a human, but the rock dragon says our hero is joking because he can clearly sense the form of a great black dragon inside him. This pretty much confirms that Ceres is now a human dragon, and that just adds to his many traits that everyone is envious of. The stone dragon thinks that Ceres is in his human form for some personal reasons, so he decides not to bother him anymore. Our hero figures this is the doing of the black dragon, but he did not see him put his liver and blood into him, so he can't get a detailed explanation just yet. Now, a wyvern shows up and starts acting cute with Ceres as if he is a pet that needs to be petted. Considering how sweet the wyvern is being with him, Ceres figures he won't ever be able to hunt dragons again. In exchange for saving his life, the black dragon has put some sort of curse in him that prevents dragons from fighting him. Of course, this roughly translates to bro is now half dragon. Ceres needs more clarity, but he'll have to ask the black dragon for that. He has a stronger body and much higher stamina, which means he can use these to keep his mommy wives safe. Meanwhile, Isekai'd and his girls are told that a lot of dragons are coming towards them. This is bad news, and Isekai'd will have to beat these dragons. But he's never heard of so many monsters coming at the same time. The priest informing him says that it appears as though these dragons are running away from something. The current destination looks like the metro city of Bushia, and if Isekai'd doesn't stop these dragons, then the people of the city will all lose their lives. This is not an ideal situation, but the priest wishes Isekai'd and his girls all the best. He says that he is not in the best of form to take down a whole herd, but the priest is not having any of it. He says that if Isekai'd can't do it on his own, then he should take the help of the Lord of Bushia. He could also ask for help from the Adventurers Guild or the church, but if he can't do this much, then there is no point of him having the hero privilege. The priest rubs salt onto the wood by saying Siri would never have hesitated this way. Isekai'd now has to do something, so he goes to the Lord of Bushia, who understands the situation. He is willing to lend as many knights and regular soldiers as Isekai'd would need. However, he would like a strategy for the fight because he can't just send his men in blindly. Isekai'd simply says that he has no clue and will leave the rest to the Lord to handle. The Lord asks if Isekai'd or any of his girls have any experience commanding others, but they clearly don't, so he decides to make the strategy by himself. The soldiers are ready, and the dragons show up in large numbers, which scares the girls. They tell Isekai'd that they are being too reckless, so they must retreat for now, but he says no to that idea. After all, he has his pride too, and will not budge when it comes to the front lines. Isekai'd says that a real hero is one who is brave, and mentions all his weaknesses too. He does not have the sword skills of the sword saint or the magic skills of sages and healers, but he does have bravery, which is what he will show now. A stone dragon approaches him, so he attacks it with his sword and manages to land a direct hit. He damages the dragon and feels good about himself, but this is quite literally the beginning. There are many more dragons attacking them, and the girls can only hide behind a barrier to keep themselves safe. Isekai'd laments that fact that he is brave, but his babes are nowhere close to that. But he doesn't have time to complain. Maria, Lita, and Mel are in all kinds of trouble, and we don't know how much longer the barrier is going to last. The dragons keep coming in large numbers, so the soldiers also spring into action, but they can't keep up. Isekai'd is all alone on the front line, which sucks for him as he has no one to back him up. He doesn't care though, and unleashes all his power on the dragons. He takes down quite a few of them, but also gets injured in the process. This causes him to lose his left arm for battle, and he figures it's all a lost cause anyway, so he wanders into the forest nearby and passes out while the fight is still going on. It's pretty messed up, and then we see Isekai'd waking up after God knows how long. He realizes that he fainted and has no sensation in his left arm at all. He worries about his girls, so he goes to check in on them, and is glad to see that they are still inside the barrier. Isekai'd thinks that this must mean good news, but it really doesn't. Once he reaches the city, he sees how bad the damage really is. There are dead bodies everywhere, and this includes the city's lord too. This is a huge mess for Isekai'd, and then a little boy throws a stone at him because he lost his mother to the dragons. Isekai'd is not called a hero anymore, but a devil, as all the townspeople look down on him for making a huge mess of the situation. One of these people even asks Isekai'd why he chose to fight the dragons, so he says that he could not communicate with them, so he naturally assumed that fighting was the way forward. However, we learn that the dragons were actually running away from something, and if Isekai'd had not fought these beasts, then no one would have lost their lives, although some of the city would have definitely been destroyed. Isekai'd says that the church had told him to do this, but the people mention that the church never instructed him to fight the dragons. This is when you really need a lawyer by your side. But Isekai'd is cooked once he realizes that the pastor did not explicitly mention fighting. The church never thought that Isekai'd could fight off the horde of dragons, but they also didn't anticipate Isekai'd thinking that he could actually do it. With that, the fake hero is told to get lost and never come back. Isekai'd is distraught, and he goes to his girls who are behind the holy barrier. He mocks them and orders them to release the barrier, but they are a bit scared of him, so they wait for a bit. The fake hero gets annoyed and starts punching the barrier, but later he does cool down, and everyone comes back to there. As the girls reflect upon today's events in their room, Isekai'd has a word with Pope Ramirez and apologizes for his actions. The Pope, however, does not blame Isekai'd despite the thousands of people who lost their lives because of him. He says that those people died on their own, so Isekai'd should not fret over it. That's when the Pope reveals that he had made a promise with Siri, which is why he does not blame Isekai'd. The fake hero is shocked to hear this, and even the Pope is surprised that our real hero did not tell him about it. Now, we are taken to a flashback to when Isekai'd had failed another quest, which resulted in 30 people losing their lives. Siri had gone to the church, where everyone was angry with Isekai'd for being such a disgrace. Siri was asked why only he had come alone, so he said that one person would be enough for this conversation. Our hero told the church that the party did everything they could, and this was all he had to offer. One of the priests scolded Siri and asked why he wouldn't even apologize for the lives that were lost. But then Bro turned into a Chad. He held the priest by the collar and asked him who in their right minds would want to fight the Demon King. After all, the hero's party is forced into risking their lives every single day, even though they don't want to do it, and yet they get blamed when something goes wrong. If that's the case, then Siri offered to disband the hero party, but then the Pope asked him to get straight to the point. That's when Siri said that if he were the Pope, then he would end the Demon King easily within a month. The Pope got excited to hear this and was ready to transfer all authority to Siri, but then he gave him his plan. He called it an all-out war, wherein everyone would quit their jobs and lives to march straight into the Demon Lord's castle. Anyone refusing to do so would get executed, which would guarantee strong numbers. This way, the hero party would not need to get paid so much money, and the public would get the job done. However, the Pope asked Siri if he had lost his mind, because this would result in the loss of countless lives. That's when Bro pulled out the Uno reverse and said the Pope was right. Since the people don't want to do it themselves, they rely on the hero to do it for them. This was why Isekai'd and his party were needed to do the dirty work and risk their lives regardless of stability. So, if all of humanity could lift the burden off the hero's party, then they would do a good job all within a month. Siri said that he would execute this plan now that he had full authority, but the Pope immediately took back what he said and admitted to pushing everything onto the heroes. After all, the whole concept of being a protagonist is messed up, and you can even ask Eren Yeager from Attack on Titan for his take on it. Anyway, now that the church got his message, Siri left them and instructed them not to make a fuss if Isekai'd's party ever fumbled a mission. After all, nobody has the right to make a group of heroes responsible for their deaths. Now, we are back to the present, and can see Isekai'd completely in awe of what he has just heard. He never knew Siri did such a thing, and the Pope reveals that some archbishops are against it, but even he could not argue against Siri and his logic. This is why our hero is the real MVP. Isekai'd calls himself a fool for kicking out the best member of his party. But the Pope has said whatever he needed to say, so he bids adieu. Isekai'd is full of regrets because now he truly understands and realizes the mistake he made. He wants to apologize to Siri, but we don't think our hero needs an apology, because he is having the time of his life doing shady things with Shizuko, Seo, Msaki, and Haruka. Bro is a raging bull as he plays elephants and kitties with Isekai'd's mom, while the other mommies talk about going for a honeymoon to Kohani hot springs. The mommies actually want Siri to relax his elephant, because he keeps dominating the four of them every night, making them explode countless times. This time, though, they have to please their lover boy, and they will join forces to ensure he actually lets out his elephant water properly. Now, we move to the next day, as Shizuko mentions how Kohani is a very exotic place. Seo says that it was built by foreigners and people who reincarnated from other worlds, and then Siri says that the specialty of the place is apparently black eggs. Anyway, we are now in Kohani, where a couple of cat girls welcome the new guests with some music. It looks like we will now have an interesting time ahead. The panels change to color for a bit, as the mommies take a look around the place to see how pretty it is. They also find the culture to be a bit strange because of the kimono outfits. Anyway, The two cat girls greet their esteemed guests and welcome them to the Kohani Grand Pavilion. Shizuko comments that the hotel is an odd-looking building, and Siri believes this is the creation of someone who had also been reincarnated over here. Our hero notices that the cat girls are wearing really short kimonos, and there is nothing to cover their kitties. He tries to say this respectfully, but the cat girls tell him that this is the way things are at Kohani. Basically, such outfits are the standard over here, and Siri begins to feel shy because of all his intrusive thoughts. Now, the group comes across a tatami and take a look at it. This does seem to be a genuine Japanese tatami, so Siri is now sure this hotel and its attire are the work of a Japanese man of culture. The grand open-air bath has been specially reserved for our hero and his mommies today, but before they can enjoy a bath, Siri would like to explore the town. The cat girls tell the mommies that they should wear kimonos while sightseeing, but it makes them a bit awkward. As Siri checks the place, he comes across a massive black egg, which has become something of a meeting spot. Now, the mommies tell Siri that them being in kimonos is a bit embarrassing because they are a bit too old for it. They were spared the cat ears, but even so, walking around without any bottoms is a bit extra. Siri gives them a thumbs up and says that they all look amazing, and the men of culture at Comic Guzzlers also feel the same way. Funnily enough, Siri gets a nosebleed while saying it, which is understandable. The mommies are fine with it as long as it makes their lover boy happy. And now they think of where to go to begin their honeymoon. Shizuko wants to visit the famous lake at Kohani, but Seo wishes to go to a shop with beautiful marquetry boxes. Haruka is more interested in their stone oven pizzas and pastas, while Msaki would like to try out the kamameshi. This leaves Siri no choice but to split up his mommies on their honeymoon. He did not catch all the places that they mentioned, but then he finds Seo who is looking at a pretty box. She finds the patterns to be mesmerizing, and our hero agrees, so he decides to gift the box to Seo. She is extremely happy with the gift, and later as they sit together, Seo asks Siri if he had ever given her daughter Mel a present. He says that he did gift her a necklace once, because she was crying that day over not being chosen as Zek's babe. Seo likes that her lover boy is so kind, but she also wants to know what he told Mel when he gave her the gift. Bro knows he better not hide anything, so he reveals that he had promised to be there for Mel, even when she would be all alone. Seo becomes a bit flirty upon hearing this, so she asks Siri if he has done naughty things to Mel. Siri has to control himself, and he speaks the truth when he reveals that he has not done anything like that. He would never do such unspeakable acts with Seo's daughter, but she says that it's fine because he is an adult. She then asks if he is fine with her, because she is Mel's mom, but bro only wants to enjoy his curvy mommies. He tells Seo that she is the best, which gets him a little tongue twister. Once he and Seo are done, Siri goes to the lake to meet Shizuko. The scenery is quite nice, and our hero is taken aback by it. Shizuko asks him what's up, and he states that she looks really beautiful in the kimono. Shizuko blushes and says that she feels at ease when she is here. She feels that maybe her ancestors had visited Kohani as well, and then she finds an acorn on the ground. This makes her feel nostalgic because back when Siri was a kid, he had made a necklace from acorns for Shizuko. That necklace is something she treasures even now, but she strangely turns to the dark side and gives us an evil smile. Siri asks her what's going on, so she reveals that she just remembered the horrible ways Zektor used to treat her. She is feeling so much hatred towards him that she wants to punish him once and for all, and not in the fun way. Siri does not want his mommy to turn into a villain, so he asks her what's wrong. Shizuko then reveals that when she got sold off as a slave by Zektor, all her belongings were also disposed of. This means that all of the gifts she got from Siri were also thrown aside. Shizuko is starting to feel some real rage now, so Siri has to get her to chill by offering another present. Now, the couple walks around for a bit until Shizuko notices something. It's a swan paddle boat, so they get into it and go for a stroll in the lake. Shizuko comments that the breeze feels so fresh, but our hero is just glad that she has finally calmed down. A fish suddenly jumps out of the water, and it catches Shizuko's attention, so she bends over a bit to see it. This reveals more than what should be revealed, so Ceres has to fight his inner demons. Shizuko comments that this feels just like a date between two young people, which makes her feel a bit embarrassed. However, Ceres tells her that she is still young and beautiful, which makes her really happy. Now Shizuko says that ever since Ceres found her as a slave and freed her, she has been able to live a fulfilling life. She feels grateful for every single day. So even though she is an older woman, she wants to do whatever she can to make our hero happy. This is a nice and warm moment which becomes even more romantic when the couple faces a strong stream, which causes Ceres to get closer to Shizuko. It's just like how it happens in the movies, so the two of them engage in some tongue-twister action. Later at the hotel, Haruka and Msaki tease Ceres about him getting cozy with Shizuko and Seo. They are clearly jealous, so our hero apologizes to his mommies and promises to make it up to them. That's a topic for another time now, as everyone decides to go and enjoy the big open-air bath. Since it's a private reservation, the mommies expect to feel like fancy girls. The mommies and Ceres separate for a bit now, probably because the men's and women's sections are different. We see our hero chilling in the hot spring, and he likes how relaxing this whole vibe is. However, he suddenly notices some more people coming here, which is a bit suspicious. However, it's not anyone else, but his four mommies, who have dressed into some really alluring attire. Ceres is confused because this is supposed to be the men's bath, which was why he chose to come here. However, the mommies soon realize that their changing room is also supposed to be connected inside. This is a mixed bath, and the dresses that the mommies are wearing look even better than S-rank cosplay. It sure looks like the people from the past did as they pleased with this place, but Ceres does feel a bit embarrassed by it all, even though he has seen every single body part of all his mommies. Anyway, it's going to be fun for him and his harem now. The mommies don't mind it being a mixed bath, especially because it has been booked privately. They suggest getting in together with their lover boy, which makes us once again say that it should have been us, not him. Ceres is blushing like crazy, so Haruka asks him if he is already feeling dizzy from all the steam. He says it's not the steam but actually the bathrobes his mommies are wearing, because they are pretty much as good as birthday suits. Seo says that the fabric is quite thin, but Shizuko makes a valid point that Ceres has seen everything already, so he does not need to be so flustered. Msaki also states that he has no cause to get so excited after being so familiar with their bodies. But Bro says that he will get a nosebleed no matter how many times he sees them. He is literally us, but Haruka finds it to be strange. Shizuko also adds that he's the only one who gets so excited because of old women bodies like theirs, which means he really must like his mommies. However, they have no idea how many men would go crazy for them back on Earth. Either way, Seo and Msaki state that their lover boy's shady intentions make them very happy as women. Bro is losing the fight to his inner demons, and he even tells his dragon to calm down, which is a fair nickname to give to his python at this point. After all, if he unleashes beast mode now, then he will probably turn into a raging bull. He tries to keep himself calm by explaining to himself that his mommies are just enjoying the hot springs right now. However, he is not allowed to be a chill guy, as Shizuko cozies up to him and says that she will do her best to make him happy tonight. Seo also says that she is going to drain his elephant water dry tonight, and this is enough for a massive nosebleed. With that, our hero falls into the water but also says long live Kohani because it is the perfect spot for the people of comic guzzlers. After some time, Ceres wakes up and sees his mommies in kimonos. They state that he really is a handful, and we see him resting in their laps. They tell him that he passed out from the heat of the steam, but we all know that's not really the reason of him losing consciousness. Seo blushes and says that it was nice to see his elephant like that, because it indeed is like a dragon now. Shizuko asks her to calm down, and then Ceres is asked if he is ready to eat. Bro will never say no to a tasty meal, and we see a feast laid out on the table. Ceres comments that the Yo's nabe soup has been recreated perfectly here, and even the miso broth is on point. He could never imagine himself eating authentic Japanese food in another world. So Kohani really is a dream come true for Series. Haruka is enjoying the booze too, but it looks like she is getting wasted earlier than expected. Series comments that her yukata is coming undone, which is essentially another type of kimono. It's not just Haruka, but the other mommies too, who are getting into the zone. So Series worries that things might get out of hand over here. Shizuko now calls out our hero for trying to sneak a peek of her pillows. Haruka then says it's all fine because they're all married to him and have already done countless shady acts. Seo says that she's only wearing a single yukata, so there's nothing else on her. Msaki says the same, although she's not as confident because she's not a younger woman. Series activates his Giga Chad energy and surprises everyone by saying he does want to get his freak on, but he will hold back for now because he is looking forward to tonight. Suddenly, a cat girl shows up and says that this group is really close, which makes her jealous. Nobody even sensed her presence, but this should have been obvious, because premium hotels always have somebody serving the guests. Now it's night time, which means that the wait is finally over for our hero. The mommies have decided not to let Series do any of the work this time, because they are going to pamper him. Bro gets tied down and is told not to fight his way out of this. No man of culture would fight such a situation anyway, so it's time for Series to experience heaven. Shizuko goes first and tells him that he should not hold back his elephant water at all. Next up is Haruka, who wants to be the one setting the pace this time. Seo shows up next, and she is determined to make Series explode as many times as possible. There's no holding back, but even with so much action, our hero still has energy for Msaki, who is glad that he can enjoy her pillows too. What follows is an endless stream of pleasure for Series, who is finally able to let loose without having to worry about keeping his harem mommies satisfied. After a session fit for angels, the mommies raise a toast to finally being able to please their lover boy properly. It's only fair after all the explosions he's given them until now, and Shizuko feels proud for having accomplished the mission. The excitement for the trip was one of the main factors for this experience, and while the mommies are glad to have managed to counter his new dragon rank elephant, they are not sure if this will be possible all the time. Msaki even says that the four of them may not be enough for Series, but Shizuko says she will try to please Series as many times as she can. The babes talk about how nice it is to be truly loved by a man, as it boosts their confidence as women. Seo even says that she feels as if she is going back to her younger days again. Haruka states that she had always been like a big sister to Series, so her relationship is like one straight out of Alabama. Either way, she did not expect our hero to grow up to be such a great guy. As they continue to enjoy their drinks, the mommies declare that all of them are really happy. This is why they want to protect Series no matter what happens. Msaki now tells Shizuko that her robe is revealing a bit too much, but she says it's fine because no one else is watching. Haruka says that her body is still warm from all the explosions they shared with Series, so the others tell her to be more careful, otherwise she may overdo it. Now, all the mommies take a look at their lover boy, who has a very satisfied look on his face as he sleeps. They wish him a good night and sweet dreams, thus furthering the case for Series to be the ultimate winner in life. The next day, we see a carriage coming into town, and there seems to be a woman inside it. She asks the man with her if they are actually going to meet the Dragon Slayer boy. He says yes and also states that he loves older women. He adds that all four of our hero's wives are older than this woman, but considering that she is only 28, Comic Guzzlers does not consider anyone to be old. This woman is shown to be super curvy, but she wonders if she will be accepted by Series even after giving birth to a child. Bro doesn't even need to meet a woman to riz her now. Anyway, the carriage arrives, and everyone steps out to see what's going on, including Series. We learn that the carriage is being driven by unicorns, which means it's the royal carriage of the Zemari kingdom. Msaki wonders if this is a leisure trip because Kohani is a part of Zemari, but Haruka says that's not how the royal family rolls. Shizuko thinks that the family has business with them, so Series gets a bad feeling about it. The man from earlier meets Series and states that he is Zanmark IV, basically the king of the Zemari kingdom. He has come here to bestow the title of hero upon Ceres and also ask him of a favor. Before that, we have a bit of a bonus chapter that shows us the mommies dressing into each other's nice and cute outfits. But that's about it, so we won't take more time on it. We're back to the king now, but Ceres is not sure what his intentions are. The woman with Zanmark is the first princess named Marianne, who seems to know the 4 mommy wives from before. She greets them with a smile, and even they say that it's been a while since they last met. Ceres did not know that Marianne was an acquaintance. But then the Prime Minister Dobel makes an introduction. He says that they will attract a lot of unnecessary attention in the middle of the road, so it would be better to go to a villa in Kohani. Ceres does not have a choice here, so he also tags along with the royal family. He bows down to the king, who states that he holds our hero in high regard. Ceres acts humble and tells us that he had only met the king once before, when he had set out on the journey with Zek's party. After that, he would only submit plans to the king, and that was that. Now, the king says that it's the first time they're having a real conversation. He also commends Ceres for submitting some brilliant plans to him, as it shows his big brain energy. He then praises our hero for hunting over 100 dragons all around the country, and this includes superior species too. Even the nobles refer to him as the protector of the kingdom, which is high praise. It's why the king can't understand why Ceres was kicked out of the hero's party. It's only what a fool would do, and the king says that he does not need braves like Zekt anymore. Of course, that was the norm earlier because this is a nation that produces braves, but now even the prime minister advises the king to bestow the title of hero upon Ceres. We are now told that this title is only given to those who have made outstanding contributions to the country, regardless of their job. The title itself is not a job, but it does count as 4 professions, which is funny because Ceres has 4 mommy wives. The king adds that now Ceres can ask for help directly from him, the nobles, and his vassals. Our hero realizes that this is an even higher honor than what Zekt currently has, but Zanmark says that this is a unanimous decision made by all the nobles across the country. Ceres knows this will cause trouble, but if he says no, then he may not be allowed to stay in the country. He accepts the honor and the title, so Zanmark takes a sword and officially makes him as a hero. Depending on his performance, the king might even make Ceres nobility and also offer him both his daughter's hands in marriage. This is an absolute shocker, because Ceres never expected to be offered the hands of both princesses. One is Marianne, who had actually married into the kingdom of Balta, and the other is the young Princess Marin. With all his babes, Bro is not sure if he can handle another one, let alone 2, so he mentions how Marin was supposed to be married off to Zekt once he slays the Demon King. Zanmark clarifies that the princess who will be offered to Ceres if he performs well will be Marianne. This is because the kingdom of Balta has been destroyed, and the king also knows that Ceres is not like Drake because he prefers older women. This all makes sense now because Marianne was also present in the carriage. Ceres is worried that if he does perform well, then he will actually become royalty. This is bad for him because he will never have a peaceful life again, but he was living in literal heaven up until now, so it's fine. Zanmark now says that he still has to mention his favor, and reveals that there is a creature similar to a dragon, which is living near Kohani. It's a resort, so the king does not want to bring much attention to it, which is why he wants Ceres to slay it. Our hero knows that if it's a dragon, then he can just talk the creature into leaving, so he says yes. Later, Ceres and his mommy harem are ready for the mission, but he is upset because the honeymoon has been ruined. He tells the others that they did not need to come here, but they are not going to leave their lover boy alone. After all, there are other monsters too, so they attack the creatures and take them down. It's a short and sweet battle, and then Haruka mentions how the hero title is a huge thing. This title has not been given to anyone for hundreds of years. Shizuko clarifies that braves are born as heroes, but to be given the title despite not being a brave is the ultimate accomplishment. Seo says that while this is good for Ceres, the king mainly needs a specialized force to protect the kingdom. Shizuko says that they may need a backer in the future, but it does not have to be the Zamor kingdom just yet. Of course, There's also the fact that other kingdoms may want to make their move on Ceres now that he's out of Zek's party, and the mommies discuss the possible bidders. Shizuko states that being S rank is enough to get tons of offers, but now Ceres has the titles of Dragon Slayer and Hero, so he is oozing aura at this point. The mommies know this because they too had received plenty of offers back when they were S rank. Msaki states that money and curvy babes will be used to tempt Ceres into joining other kingdoms, but they will just need to wait and watch for now. Haruka remembers that the mommies used to have the most fun back when they were C rank, but either way, Ceres knows that it's normal for him to be offered such titles, so he'll just wait and watch for now. Now, our hero asks his mommies how they know Marianne, so Shizuko reveals that the first princess used to be their client around 10 years ago. This was back when the demon army destroyed Balta, but Marianne was already married into the country by then. Shizuko and the others had retired from being adventurers at this time, but they received a special mission from the king to rescue Marianne, so they made up an excuse to the kids of going on a girls' trip and went straight to Balta. We got to a flashback now, seeing the mommies in action. They could not charge from the front regardless of their strength because there were too many demons. Seo noticed the commander demon who was also a total babe, so the best way would be to capture her. Shizuko casted a protection spell, allowing Haruka and Msaki to take care of the demon guards. The demon babe got taken aback here, and this was enough for Seo to take her from the back. Shizuko then warned the demons to get away from the mansion, otherwise Seo would slit the demon babe's neck. The demons got confused, but the demon babe told them to clear the way because she was sure there would not be any survivors. Haruka rushed into the mansion and started calling out to Marianne. Luckily, the princess was still alive and hiding inside a closet, so she got rescued by the babe squad. On their way back from Balta, Marianne told the mommies that the kingdom was suddenly attacked. The maid had asked her to hide inside the closet, but when she asked about any other survivors, the mommies told her she was the only one alive. This made her extremely sad because she had lost her husband and also her son. The princess broke into tears and hugged Shizuko for comfort, because this was messed up. Now we're back to the present, and Ceres is up to speed. Shizuko says that the mommies met Marianne for tea one more time after that, but this is all the time they spent together. She also says that Ceres should feel free to marry Marianne, which is totally out of pocket. Bro has not thought that far ahead, but at least his harem mommies like the princess. Now, Ceres can sense the beast, so he tells his babes that he'll talk it into leaving. They say that with this skill, Ceres can also have pet dragons, but he does not understand his powers fully just yet. Now, in a surprising turn of events, we see that the monster in question definitely does not look like a dragon. Everyone is doubtful, so Ceres tries to talk to the monster to see if it responds. However, his words fall on deaf ears, as the monster roars back at him, which means that it is an imposter dragon. This leaves our hero and his mommies with no other choice but to fight it. How is this encounter going to go down for Ceres? Will he defeat this monster and gain Marianne's hand in marriage? What about Isekai'd? Will he finally meet Ceres and apologize? There's still a few chapters left, so maybe we'll find out. However, we have now come to the end of today's video. Like, share, and subscribe if you are happy to see new series content and want more parts. I know how much you guys love this series, so I'll keep at it till the story is completely covered. Till then, please keep supporting Comic Guzzlers, because we really need your help to get back on track. Okay then, I'll see you in the next one.